Hello, it's day, Sunday. What's going on? Mic check, and all that good stuff. What's going on, Gerald Mack? I see you bright and early. What's going on? I saw the video. Salute. What's going on? We're going to keep it respectful. Of course. Eric LeBron, what's going on? Talk to me. Ghost Fixer, what's up? What's going on? Lydian Master, what's up, man? What's going on? Red Hood, the Red Hood is in here. No doubt. He up in here early. Chris 713, what's up? Facebook, I see you. Daniel McGee, what's going on? No doubt. Phantom Knife, Luke, what's up? The Dawn, CJG, excuse me. Pity and Masters of every day. I appreciate you. Cuban, I believe it, Cubini Gaming. Hello, Lords, what a great day. The Lords have given us, no doubt. The Turk, what's going on? Attic in the building, talk to the people.
What's going on, guys?
No doubt. Sitting there chilling. Have a nice show, a little lined up for you. You know what I'm saying? The legendary Shrimp Master, Jez Corden in the building. AKW, what's up, man? What's going on? Should be a fun one. Some fun topics. The King returns. Salvon vacation. But he might pop in. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta give y'all something nice for the people. Appreciate you with the levels. Thank you, AKW. Appreciate you. Checking things out. No doubt. Don Sicario, Fonz back. Maybe. You got good intel, Don Sicario. Mitchie dies a lot. What's up? What's going on? So yeah, we gonna wait for the legendary Mr. Jez Corden to get in the realm, talk to y'all, all that good stuff, have some fun topics and all that. So I will be back. See y'all in a minute. Let me get the Dawn now, since Solve is, might not be here. Don Otaku, $2 super chat. What's the topic for the game of the year? Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Ooh, already game of the year. Okay, you got your flag down. 2 is good. People like 1 better than 2. 3, a lot of potential. But there's this little game called Elden Ring. I don't know if you heard of it.
They don't have to be now.
Exactly. I was like, Elden Ring got this, man. I mean,
God of War can come out this year and it's still gonna get smashed.
Ooh, we gotta talk about it. God of War might come. We gotta see. But yeah, it's a lot of contenders. But one main one has been holding the test. But I had to get Dawn. All right, we will be back.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
keep
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again.
And we are live. Iron Lord Podcast. LordCognito here talking about the latest with Advanced GG. There's a lot of things going on with the new product line. Let's get right to it. So we got that focus line, y'all. This is that standard. This is what we use right now. Kind of our caffeine substitute. And what we usually do right now when we're gaming, we don't use coffee anymore. We're utilizing this focus. On deck number 2, you already know this is my favorite right here, the energy line. You already know birthday cake, one of my absolute favorites. Completely delicious. This is a pre-workout equivalent and also doesn't use beta-alanine, so you don't get the jitters and stuff like that. So it's really good for that. And then the new, we got that hydration line, y'all. This is really good for people who don't like caffeine, who want an electrolyte substitute, and it is really sugar-free, absolutely delicious. So you got your 3 choices. Once again, you know Cog Lover is sour. You already know. And we're doing this right now. So go get yourself to advancedgg.com. Use code IronLord on the checkout. This is something I use all the time. We got to support AdvancedGG. Great products if you want to get your workout on. Even if you don't work out, you're just gaming, you need that focus. And again, the hydration line for those who don't want caffeine, no sugar, electrolytes, you're good to go. LordCognito here, Iron Lord Podcast. Peace.
I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine, it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Fuck this switch
Really on the highway behind the convention.
The dude that be like, yeah, I'm right there. I'm in the
I be lying so much. I'm like, yo, I'm parking. I'm
parking
right
right on. And we are live, I believe. Levels, and all that. Do we check? Talk real quick. Let me see some levels.
Hello?
Yeah,
hello?
I see
hello?
some levels. I see some
See,
levels.
I want to point to you guys out. The addict was here. All right. This wasn't an addict thing. You know what's funny? Addict be here every day.
Woo.
Every week, 30, 40 minutes early.
Woo.
But the 1 week he's not, everyone act like it's the rule, but not the exception.
You know,
Like,
you're sitting here capping, right? If a cap could pop out the sky, a cap would slide down on his head like.
Look at how y'all face.
Doodah.
Every
Yes.
week, for the most part, am I
Yeah,
not
you-
here when the link goes up?
You be there for
No, I'm not gonna lie. When you are here, you are early.
Yes. He said, when you are here,
When you around,
when you're around, you get down for your crowd.
Yeah, you beat me in the room definitely, 100%.
Anyway, hear ye, and we are live. Chat, lay off addicts, stop it. Welcome to the High Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 262. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I would be excited about our special guest, but we don't know where he is. Chat, holla at Jez Corden. I know he was awake. I saw.
I want you guys to go on Twitter, tag Jez,
Get the
and say
shrimps
where
up.
you at, hashtag ILP.
Yeah, put where you at, Jez Corden, hashtag ILP, and then put mad shrimp emojis, because he probably had too much shrimp last night, because you know how Jez did.
That's what I want you guys to do. I want you to go on Twitter, tag Jez, and then say where you at #ILP.
There you go. Hit him up. That's the homie. So, I know. I hope the laptop ain't going wrong though. I hope something
put
happens.
the shrimps and then put mad sleeping emoji.
Yeah, but with disease.
He has an adverse reaction to
No
shrimp
doubt.
making catatonic.
So until our special guest arrives, we got Xbox sales in Japan, Fidelity Super Resolution 2 on Xbox, God of War Ragnarok potentially imminent, and Xbox long-term strategy to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. So let's introduce those 4 horsemen of game. What? 3? Damn, man, go another one. Shout out to Lord Solve getting that vacation. I believe he up in PR doing his thing. You know how he do. Shout out to Solve. Send some love to Solve. King doesn't like him, but send some love to Solve.
Oh God.
How we telling people to send love to Solve on vacation?
We gotta send love. We miss him.
He ain't saying no send no love to King last week.
You kind of right. You right.
None of that.
You right.
Every time Solve ain't here, send love to Solve. I want everybody to. No, he ain't sending no love to nobody.
What's funny when Solve missing, he says send love. When Attic and King missing, we missing in action. We didn't show up to work that day.
I'll send love to King Croc.
That's right.
I knew what you was gonna do, so I was bracing. That's why I said love.
There's some favoritism going on.
There's definitely favoritism.
Tell you right now. Last week, listen to how your man did me dirty.
Let's go.
Dude was ready. I was ready.
I know you was.
I know you know. I had a whole scenario. See, he doesn't tell you. He always calls me at 7:30. I mean, at
people
12:30.
calling you King Croc in the chat.
Oh, that's my name though. That's my name.
So what I got favorite? Shut up, Zing.
So
Zing period.
He's supposed to call me at 12:30. Yo, King, get up. And we'd be like, yeah, bugging out on the phone, right?
Yes,
all right. So I had something set up. I had a poolside situation. I had a little floaty that matched my Crocs.
Oh my God.
I was gonna have my drink in my hand, and y'all guys was gonna get. I had a headset charge. 8 hours.
I know him
of
too
fun.
well. I know him too well. He was gonna do something to annoy me.
He stole my glory. He stole my glory.
Well, you was on vacation. I can't wake up a man on vacation.
He go with the BS. This dude come in on vacation with a laptop in the corner in the airport. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? He get a chance to do his moment, right? I don't get a chance to do my Croc team moment.
I think you needed rest that weekend. That's why I felt. We made a judgment call that you.
This is some BS here. This is some BS here.
Anyway, my co-host of the co-host, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Attic Show, fantastic Obsidian interview, by the way. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, definitely. You guys go check out the interview I did. I did an interview with Megan. She came on ILP a while back.
What's Megan's last name?
Megan Stark. She came on she's a senior writer of Obsidian. I was going to get to that. She came on ILP. It was probably about 1.5 years ago. So I brought her back on the Attic Show. We went a little bit more detail on what she does from a day-to-day as an Obsidian senior writer. So I definitely apologize. The promotion of that show was a little bit off. Normally I promote it the day, like early that day or the night before, but it was just so chaotic, and frankly I didn't know she was coming to the last minute. So I got that taken care of though, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. This week we'll go back to regular. There will be like a double thing going on Wednesday, because I'll have 2 things going on Wednesday instead of just one. I'm gonna have an interview and I'll have the Attic Show Wednesday.
Okay, we got the double feature. No doubt. Low, we keeping it low. Who we got, right? We ain't spoiling that just yet.
I could say it. Project. Man, I'm having a hard time pronouncing it.
Was it Brigade?
It's the Phantom Brigade. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, the up and coming
Phantom Brigade interviews. Yeah, so I have Phantom Brigade interview. Now I'm not going to say the names of the people because I got to make sure that they actually they're confirmed first. But we'll be interviewing them about the game in general. And then we'll be having that Attic Show right before, because I did get a lot of feedback saying like, look, we love your show, but we don't care about these interviews.
So you try to separate. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna separate the 2 entities because, and another point, like I got Hustle and Dirt usually rotating, and like let's be real here, like they might care about some of the games, but I ain't trying to make people feel like they obligated to do it either.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
feel
just
that.
I might as well just go ahead and separate the two.
No doubt. You want to get a couple of super chats before we move on? The King's intro. I can
Yeah,
help
so we
out.
got-
Okay, good.
We got a member chat. We got a Wandering Dutch with the 1 year member
salute.
chat. Said Lord's Day respect.
No doubt.
We got the $2 super chat from Kelly Brown. You thought Solve was going to stop missing days.
Attendance call out.
We got a $5 super chat from Dot Otaku. You don't rock with the Crocs. Yeezy form.
No, say it right. We don't rock with the Crocs. I need more chats like this. This is what I'm talking about. He turned his camera.
You don't rock with the Crocs. That's where your feet hurt.
He
Out
said
here with them bad bunions you got there.
he said Yeezy foam runners only, King.
I got that. I rock Yeezy boots. Don't come at me sideways, bro.
So if you're rocking Yeezys, why are you?
rocking
No, yo, you understand? Listen,
Fraud alert.
I gotta say this, man.
Uh-oh.
But go ahead, keep reading super chat.
no doubt,
I'm
no
gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, Don. That's Don the Taco.
That's Don the Taco loose.
Yo, Don.
We got a
I'm gonna
$5
get you.
$5 super chat from Kelly and Brown.
Mm-hmm.
King, you going to be on Outriders Tuesday? If so, what's your
Hell
gamer
yeah.
tag?
King David OTW, bro. Stop playing with me. Stop
don't even
acting
know
like
why
you
you
ain't
guys-
add me already. You better add. Listen, Outriders is a go. I already paid for that
bro,
as soon as I saw the trailer.
Go straight to the uninstall bucket.
Oh damn! Not even
Oh,
a
that's
minute.
nice. When we do that with your Final Fantasy. Get it back.
Yeah, that's cool.
Y'all being
That's
petty
cool.
with each other.
Yeah, we going-
Y'all
When's the last
getting
time you
petty.
heard? See, I have a revulsion going on about my Final
No,
Fantasy.
you
When's
just- it's a
the
vacuum.
last time you saw a hashtag say "Bring Outriders" anywhere?
Everywhere. I can tell you this. It's going to be number one. Yours going to fall to number 200. I can bet that on
we
Tuesday.
do a bend the D on
We can bet that on Tuesday. What's going to be the most talked about? Who outside? We outside. We outside.
Wait, Miles Don PA said, "Did King stature up the cowboy Crocs?" King, did you cop?
Oh, no. See, no, Miles, I'm going to leave that to you because you like to hide your ankles.
Oh,
so,
my Lord.
I'm going to leave those
You
Crocs
asking to
you.
see another man's ankles?
You don't like to see ankles? What's up with you?
Okay, now
Wait a second here. Hold on.
now I
a
feel
second.
like there's something wrong.
Oh man! Oh man!
Time.
Are we sure?
Time.
Are we sure there's no one behind that camera? What you gotta say?
This dude over
Like,
here.
the Crocs, everything makes sense. King's being held hostage.
Oh, that's right. Oh, right. You're right. He under duress. This is not our. This is not our King. This
Listen,
is not our King.
I want you guys to run anytime you see Addict. He wants you to hide your ankles, so be careful.
Miles Don PA said he'll flash those
around
ankles
Addict.
any day of the week, King. He ride it. He ride it. Ankle watch. Salute.
Ankle watch.
Jeff Crump said all my homies have great.
What he said?
He said all his homies got great ankles. His ankles is outside.
That's right. You gotta have the Crocs on, have your ankles in these
King.
streets. See, you got dudes with bad ankles can't wear Crocs though. You got to deal with those little slide away ankles. Can't have those.
Anyway, you caught up with a super chat.
Hashtag wash those ankles.
A kid. Yeah, no ashy ankles for sure.
Oh, you know dudes is out here with the Kevin Durant's.
Oh, Lord.
The crocodile skins.
Those are terrible. Anyway, Attic, we caught up with some chat, sir.
Hey, we got a member chat for 15 months from Peta Kelatoler 9000. I don't know. Let's go. I have a great show. Have a great show.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, salute. You already know. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox. King of. Don't do that. Don't do that. Killer Croc. I don't want to hear that in no intro, fam. I don't.
Ain't nobody ever gonna call you Killer Croc.
Nobody call you Killer Croc, fam.
Right now, man, you're gonna respect my gangster, man.
That sounds like one of those like generic origin villains. That's
Yeah,
in
like
Batman.
the B-level boss.
Is a Batman villain. Killer Croc. We're gonna respect the Suicide Squad. Killer Croc's in the building. Let's get it. Let's
I
go.
don't want to read his intro now. King of the statue. Who demands nothing less than their premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King. How we doing, sir?
We're doing fantastic. Sorry I wasn't with you guys last week due to sabotage. I couldn't join you guys, but I did miss you. I watched your show in its entirety, and I gotta say, you guys did a fantastic job.
I appreciate you.
I do. Hey man. Even though I wasn't there and I had mad jokes, you know how it is. You know how you got FOMO. You watching the show and you doing your own ad libs from inside because this is what you would have said.
Yep.
Like, man, this is the part. I was like, yo, these dudes have so much fun. Oh, I miss my homies.
Oh, salute. Nah, we knew you do your thing, man. And I always like when you get a chance to rest. Real talk, though. Like, you one of the hardest workers. You always here all the time. You never take off. Like, me and Addy be like, yo, can we get a day? Nah, but
like,
we gonna get the people. We gonna...
I was like, yo, we need more content.
Yep. King is that guy. You know what I'm saying? But salute. What you been playing, sir? What's been going on with the games?
Oh, my God. All right, so shout out to Cyberpunk. It came out.
Oh, the debut?
It came out, man. It just released. It's playing beautiful. It still got some glitches, though. I'm doing this one joint, and I see a whole NPC, a random NPC, start walking into a wall to try to go inside this guy's house. So I said, hey, I'm going to try it, too. I said, maybe this NPC is on to something. He wasn't. It reminds me of Deus Ex. Just a little bit, like, because Deus Ex world was a little more confined. This world is a little bit more dense, a little bit more open.
Yes.
Stuff for you to see. It's very ambitious so far in my early going-ons with the game. So I do appreciate all the hard work that went into it. Now, I do see some visual stuff, but the game is just so vast, to be honest with you. There's so much stuff going on into it. I really think they should have just released it like 2 years later because it needed whatever polish that it did have. Playing Destiny, I did my first. I'm not finished with my dungeon, the duality, right? I'm not finished with that because Sinister ran off. Chris did some sucker BS. And they threw Monkey in at the last part.
Shout out to Monkey. I've heard from him.
Yeah, me and Monkey's getting down in it. So it's like, okay, so we doing the dungeon thing. We having mad fun doing it, and the last part, the last boss, because I thought that one boss that you got to was the boss right there. No, it's not. It's three bosses that you go through, right? So I'm up to the last boss. I got the checkpoint for the last boss. I'm at the last boss.
With the bells.
Yeah, with the bells.
Yeah,
and in and out worlds.
And strange things with the red.
It's dope. I like that aspect of it. They gave you something different. They still working. And remember Attic where it was we didn't like the Leviathan because it looked like the third floor in the apartment. But they actually went back to the Leviathan and fleshed out some other things in it. So I think it's cool. A lot of the weapons that you get from it, I'm learning different things with that. So that's working out.
Salute.
Definitely was playing some PUBG this week.
Wow, took it back.
Yo, it runs so smooth. So buttery smooth. And it's a different animal, right? Because I play all these battle royale games. I play Fortnite. I play.
That's like the original.
Yeah, but it has a different. It was okay. So I got a chicken dinner, right? Okay. And it was just me and this one dude. And I threw a grenade. I saw him. I threw a grenade, and just to flush him out to make him run this way. He didn't. He ran towards the grenade and just started shooting at me. So I went behind the rock. And then that's when my Fortnite life kicked in. I switched to the other weapon and I slid out. I was like, let's just go for it. Yeah. And I got the chicken dinner. But it's a whole different feel. Like every game has its own lane, and I can see why people are still playing PUBG to this day. I just gotta, every once in a while kick it back up and
that's the OG originators. You know what I'm saying? What's up?
It's you can definitely make a strong argument saying that if it wasn't for that game, Fortnite never would have came up.
We know who
they didn't steal.
We know who copied some.
Yeah.
That story is a wild story, right?
Yeah, I remember when we were covering that. Like that was a funny thing.
So you need how much it showed. Okay. Then they transform into but because Fortnite was different, right? Wasn't it like this cooperative? They're like, we got a battle royale too.
It was a cooperative like defense game.
Yes. I remember the original trailer for Fortnite had nothing to do with what
nothing
we see
to
now.
do with that.
And I remember not being interested. And PUBG was all the rage, remember? Yeah. And then it was what
killed them is first off, PUBG had the building that blew up where you build, and PUBG ran at 60 frames, and it was like it like people like to think like PUBG's a casual game. It's not, but the ground floor PUBG's a casual. Yeah. But like competitively, PUBG's one of the most competitive battle royales out there.
Oh, for sure. You already
it's absolutely ridiculous, and it's still ridiculous to this day. Like, and they gave so many different quality of life things that you wished was there earlier on.
I know.
Like, that's there now, night and day.
I'm just surprised there's not a part 2 to just go with it with the
Because
graphical.
it's still rocking.
They need to step them graphics.
Yo, you know.
The
No.
graphics is exactly what they want.
Yeah, it's you know what it reminds me of? Remember when we was playing SOCOM?
Yes.
Okay, so SOCOM graphics wasn't all that, but it had a charm to it.
Oh
right?
no, the feel
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. You
it's
correct. Y'all
crazy.
both y'all correct with the feel and the tension and it just feels good. Like I can't front. It's just like I look at Warzone, I'm like, yeah, that's what you were supposed to be.
But you know, it's a sacrifice though.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
Warzone definitely don't have that same feel. Like it feels finely tuned. Like it feels like a war simulator. Like you're in an army simulator type.
The
of
Army
thing.
Simulator type game.
Yeah,
I don't
as
even-
opposed to the action film.
I don't even think that's like graphics. That's just art style approach. Like they
Yeah.
chose a different art style
Get
than
the better-
other games.
The better high graphic art. I'm just I'm just
Who-
being
who-
honest.
Get a
Who
good
won
graphic-
the-
better graphic
What's funny
designer,
is like
get
that.
it.
That's all funny and that's cute. But who won in the battle royale games? It's Fortnite with their
Sure.
whack ass graphics.
Yeah, but that Warzone,
Kinda crazy, yeah.
is right in the mix. I'm just saying. You know, they
Yeah,
right there.
well, I thought it was gonna take over. Remember?
Remember, yeah, remember that was
I was outside,
ILP.
I was outside
Yeah, he was
with him,
outside.
yeah.
It was
Yeah,
hot for
they
like
got
a good
dust.
$2. Fortnite
That's
dropped
when-
like some Marvel thing and it was over.
Yo, that's what it was. Remember when they
They're
had
just
Galactus?
doing
Yes.
they're doing a Star Wars thing right now.
Yeah, right now I'm fighting Darth Vader. All right, yo, sorry,
Yeah.
real quick.
They're my
All right, so I'm playing Fortnite
Mhm.
2 times, right? I come down to my ship, and then you know how you launch in the travel bus, right? The boogie bus,
Yeah.
and I saw a ship just fly out. I was like, "What's that?" And I thought it was somebody using a glider, right?
Mhm.
Died, came back, and then I saw it again.
Mm.
So this time I followed the ship. I looked at it, and then when it was time for us to jump out, I jumped out the boogie bus. Jumped out the boogie bus. I followed it all the way down.
Mhm.
Well, it is a ship with Darth Vader in it, and he
What?
has stormtroopers.
What?
So they get out. Yeah, they get out. They doing whatever they doing over there. So I landed and I grabbed the shotgun. Wrong move, Obi-Wan. I hopped out. I said, let me see how much energy he got. I shot him. Yo, he had a red exclamation point over his head.
Oh, like don't do it.
Yo, he looked at me. Yo, the rest of the team had the question marks. They started coming up. They
had the Metal Gear.
Yo, they killed me so bad. And Darth Vader talking mess with he killing you. Dog. And I'm like, what the hell is
So
going
he
on
like
here?
an event boss or something?
Yes, they have those.
Mm.
This is those licenses that they have
They got too
that make
much.
them second to none.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
too
know.
much.
It's crazy.
I'm with you.
I remember the Thanos glove. Remember
Oh,
that?
that was hot when they dropped that.
You get Thanos' glove and you turn it into Thanos.
They literally got all this.
They had a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You came just to play the surfer.
Yeah,
What's
just for
funny,
that.
What's funny is we always talk about like Microsoft needs to try a little bit more to be more mainstream, and like they're the kings at that.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
they got
anything popping.
Yup,
It don't even matter.
Facts.
They
yeah.
have a Naruto thing
Are
they're
you
about
serious?
to do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
about that?
anything remotely popping, they're like, yo, get the people on the phone. Like,
Mhm. Yeah, shout out to Fortnite, man. They've been doing it. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the IOP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to my man, Mr. Matty Plays, the Defining Duke, up on Last Stand Media YouTube right now. Had a good one, man. Just talking about what's going on with 2022 for the rest of the lineup, what we should be excited about, giving Forza Motorsport its flowers. I know I've been slanderous, but I had to give credit where credit is due.
Mr. Slander.
As far as graphical fidelity, what they doing, it looks fantastic. And then we had this little debate again about bathroom habits. Come check that out. It's absolutely hilarious. Then we had an ultimate that is on the Last Stand Media Patreon. We talk about the commitment to JRPGs, Japanese games by Xbox, how we think there could be some good ramifications after the showcase. And then last word, you already know my bros, Ebontis, Ty Guy Travis. Just kind of talk about what's going on in the latest story, Destiny content vote, all that good stuff. As far as games, shout out to Fall Guys, man. I was playing Fall Guys, so shout out to DJ Oro, shout out to Minge, you know what I'm saying? He's getting our little joint on. Shout out to Bill Stillwell, Epic Games in the building with the Epic Games integration. Has some good Fall Guys action over there on Xbox. It's real fun. My first time playing it, I knew it was coming, so it's my first time playing it. Just, it's just savagery. It's just knocking people off the map. It's doing all type of stuff to harass people. You know what I'm saying? So I've been doing that. And then I got to shout out to the team. Shout out to Sin. Shout out to Falacon. Shout out to Kai Batsu. He's doing that VR, that Demio Curse of the Serpent Lord. I did Attic. I did PC for the first time. I did the PC edition. Had the smooth transfer.
The only way to play that game.
Ooh, slander. So I did the transition where, like I said, it had all my progression, all that stuff. And I have to admit, the ease of use is really cool. I will say, of course, the VR experience is way more immersive. And you know what I don't like, though, about the PC edition? I got to talk to the devs or something. You know how you look at the character? Like, usually when they be like, yo, you stunned, it'll tell you what stun does in detail on VR.
I've been saying that like every time we've been doing it.
I see what you was talking about, because it doesn't tell you what the statuses are in detail. So I think there's like an omission, and I definitely want to hit the devs up and tell they gotta have that PC, because PC guys are not gonna know what some of these powers do. But that we had was rocking that. We did beat one of the dungeons, and we had to do the Curse of Serpent Lord over, because I didn't know if you lose on the boss level, your save gets wiped. I didn't know that.
You lose on any level, your save gets wiped.
I did not know this. But anyway,
you have to leave the game. The host has to leave before the game concludes if you want to keep the save.
I didn't realize that, because I guess we must have got lost that last time, and we was like, yo, nobody got the save. So anyway, shout out to them. It was good. Shout out to Citizen in the chat. I see what's going on. Shout out too quickly, Ant King ain't there, but Ant the Ruler, my Cali homie, he's up in NY where he was with Black Magic. They was talking. They hit me up.
They hit me up. But I was with my son. We was watching the movie Buzz Lightyear. Shout out to Buzz Lightyear.
No doubt.
Sinister. We have to finish this Destiny stuff. Okay, so you're in the chat. Yo.
You're in the chat. I said it's still like the PC edition. And we got 2 legends, 2 ILP family done pulled up in the realm to hold us down. First, let's talk to my bro, Lord Madz Game. I feel like I haven't talked to you in a minute, Madz. How you doing, bro?
Yeah, I'm all good. Thank you.
No doubt.
Doing great.
Doing good.
It's just a little bit hot here in Poland. So
Oh, just a little bit? What's the temperature?
Sweating and that kind of stuff. Yeah, thanks a lot for the invite. Looking forward to all the interesting topics and stuff. And nice to be here back again. So looking forward to it.
Come on, man. It's your home, man. We haven't had you in a minute. And of course, this is our pause. This is his home.
We have him in a minute.
Have him in the realm. Damn.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, man.
See, it's the Crocs got his mind. Everything, bro. Soon as he start putting on Crocs, this is what happens.
No. I'll be yelling out pause before Crocs. Stop playing with me.
Look, man, you a different type of dude.
That's right. Different type
We're
of
gonna keep this
I don't know what happened,
keep
bro.
this.
Yo,
we're gonna keep this swagger. Oh, you got the Crocs.
You was official tissue, but then I don't know.
King gonna keep this type of conversation up. I ain't gonna be even say something like, I'm gonna close my door if I say
Whoa.
Addict,
Hey,
this is
your
that
door's
King
wide
Croc
open.
energy we've been talking about.
They said your door's open when you sleep. I don't know.
Oh, damn. Pause. Anyway.
See?
Shout out to Madz. Thanks for having Madz in the realm.
But they ain't no other man's boots in my house. I can tell you that.
Oh, man. See, I didn't even say that, man.
That's super time.
See, my door might be wide open right now, but there ain't no boots in here.
Whoa! Don't, Addict, don't do that.
Look at Fonz's face.
And returning the homie, RDX Podcast, the legend himself. And we miss his podcast, too.
I love that guy.
Shout out to my boy Jay Fonzarelli, man. What's going on, bro?
Thank you, brother. Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Crystal.
All right, good.
That radio
good.
voice we love.
Yeah, it's great to be back in the community casting again. My show will be back next week, by the way, and I will have none other than the Ash and Luca starting off season 2. So.
Oh, you got the debut.
Yeah.
I know that Cam got to come on. Let's go.
I've been waiting for Luca for some time. She said, you know what? Wait till I get my cam, and I will be on your show. Stat. And so she's going to pull up.
At the season pass.
By the way, Luca tells me, Fonz, don't give me no questions like you do the other people. And I'm like, you're going to get the 5 questions work, and you're going to like it, okay? But no, I love Luca. She's great. She's been a good friend for so many years, and I cannot wait to have that one-on-one with her.
Yes.
You'll definitely get to know her a bit better if you don't already know her. Come check out the show next week. It'll be fun.
Your show is fire. Love the questions. You know how I feel about that 80s retro feel. It's like a game show. Bro. Oh, that's what I'm talking. What I like is you do it. Yeah, he does what no one else is doing. You have your own lane, brother. Really cool to see. And I think we could put the shrimps in the chat, y'all.
I think we could put the shrimps in the chat, Lord Jez. Is that Jez? Mike, check.
I ain't gonna lie, Jez. We had Twitter come after you.
Yeah, we
put a
definitely
hit
bullied
out.
you into
We
finding
put
out
a
what
hit
happened.
out. Yeah, we put a hit out. Well, I put the hit out.
He put the hit
That's
out.
not Jez.
Jez he's here, but
That's
he's
not
We
Jez.
don't hear Jez yet. So we gonna wait. We gonna wait. No doubt. Well, they got the shrimp. Shout out to the dog. You already know. He said scrimps. Put the scrimps in the chat. Yo, y'all out of control. Oh, they doing it. They doing it. They do it. So we waiting for Jez to get his mic together. So I will do the poll. Last week's poll results are in. The people have spoken with the Final Fantasy VII 25th anniversary event showcasing the remake part 2 as PS5 exclusive. Do you think it's fair that Xbox is missing out on this title? The winner of the ILP poll at 60% of the vote was I don't care. Y'all better keep that same energy when it's a game y'all don't care about group.
Yep.
Okay. The people have said what they had to say there. Then the actually coming in second place is actually a tie. It's really a dead heat with 20% of the vote saying no, exclusives bring identity to each platform. If you truly care about the game, buy the game where the platform exists. And also tied was yes, secretly extending exclusivity deals just to gatekeep the game off Xbox is unfair to Xbox fans and the overall success of the game. Lord Attic, this is a contentious one. Where you at with your Final Fantasy, man?
All right, so can you repeat that? Sorry.
So pretty much people said, no, you good. The people said that people need to care. The I don't care people won because they say y'all better keep the same energy when it's a game you care about, when you don't care about. So, and then the other thing is a dead heat. Some people like, yo, they got the right, exclusives or exclusives, buy the game where the platform's at. And other people like, nah, they doing Xbox dirty, so to speak. So, where you at?
No, I think both could be right. It's
Okay.
like, look, like, that's what timed exclusives are for, to give value to a platform. But don't think I ain't gonna hold my platform responsible for not getting that game. Like, regardless if they didn't get that game, and there wasn't probably a lot Microsoft can do to get that game,
Right.
I'm still gonna make my voice heard. I would have preferred you guys to get that game, because that way, when that Final Fantasy 9 remake comes out, they're like, yo, Attic won't shut up. If we lose another, one,
That's what the company's
never
say.
gonna let us live that down.
No doubt, no doubt. Oh, I see him.
My man
Is
got
the
his
shrimps in
camera
the
on.
chat?
That's what I'm talking about.
You got the camera on, the shrimps
Can you
in
hear
the chat. Yes.
Yes.
There
Oh my god.
we go.
I'm
How
so sorry.
No, you're good, brother.
You're fine.
You're good. You're proud. I'm glad to see you. Glad you could make it.
Man, I don't even have a good excuse. I was just playing the Outer Worlds and completely lost track of time. I was like, right, I'll have my dinner. I'll have my dinner at 4 so I can get ready for the show. And I had my dinner and then I was playing Outer Worlds. And like, okay, I got about 45 minutes. And I just completely lost track of time. I'm so sorry.
All right.
I'm
What
so professional.
here's the- you only get off the hook. What DLC was you doing, or were you doing base game?
Oh, I was doing the what's it called? Perils of Gorgon.
Oh, Pearls of
DLC.
Gorgon. Okay, good excuse. Good excuse.
I like how
haven't done
Jez
it.
said that he was having dinner at 4 because, this is a 5-hour podcast. You're going to be having second dinner after this.
We're trying to be reasonable for us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We don't hold people ransom.
We don't hold people hostage. People gotta go. We kind of do, but we give them the
Jez
out.
knows when he leaves the podcast, he got to leak something.
No,
Like,
no. No doubt. So, Jez, man, what's going on? What you been playing, man?
Oh man, I've just been. It's been a busy couple of weeks because of the whole E3 stuff, and I don't know why. I got an itch to play the Outer Worlds for some reason. I think it was the Starfield trailer.
Yep.
I was like, I'll get into some Starfield light while I wait.
Yep.
And so I've been playing that a bit.
You didn't feel like
That's
playing No
mostly
Man's
it.
Sky?
I've been playing some Diablo 2
Oh,
as well because Diablo Immortal turned out to be a shit show. So I was like, I still want to play Diablo, so I'll go back to the classics.
No
So,
doubt.
I've just been playing random stuff, trying to get into the backlog a bit.
Yeah, get that backlog taken care of. That's what's up. That's what's
'Cause
up.
I never played the Outer Worlds DLC, so
Yeah, bro, I highly recommend Murder at Aerodonals. Even though Gorgon is good, funny story, good, funny choice at the end you had to do.
Yeah.
Murder or Aerodonals to me is God tier. That's them at their best. It's just wild. It's wacky, but I don't want to spoil it. But I'm glad you're hitting that up. That's what's up, man. No doubt. Glad you could make it. Also, Madz, real quick, man. I forgot to ask you, what have you been playing, sir?
Well, lately I've been playing Fallout 76 because, after that Starfield reveal, I got that Fallout vibe, actually. It's actually funny because a lot of people, before the Starfield gameplay trailer, a lot of people were saying that, it's going to be basically a Skyrim in space, right? But, after the gameplay trailer, I'm like, I'm getting like really the Fallout vibes, right? So I just I never played Fallout 76, so let me give it a try. And so far so good, I must say. So and other than that, a little bit of Forza, a little bit of Ninja Turtles and that kind of stuff. So a little bit of everything really. So I'm actually getting ready to play the Half-Life games because there's Steam sales going on right now, and I pretty much bought them all right now. So it will take me a while, but it's love these games. So so that's what I've been playing. Yeah, no
doubt. Shout out to Madz. I don't know if I stepped away. I was gonna ask him what he's been playing, but hopefully he comes back. He's taking care of business. But we gotta get into the show, man. We got some topics.
He went to grab some lunch.
With the guys of lunch. Yeah. He went to go get lunch. He was hungry. He was worried about Jez. Anyway, so we're gonna get into it, y'all. So look, King, I'm gonna set you off because this is your new topic. Your topics are kind of split. We'll do first one will be this, and then we'll do the last one, which is kind of your original topic.
No problem.
This kind of came across our line, so we figured we bring it to the King's attention. So shout out to IGN. Xbox Series X and S outselling PS5 in Japan, and it said as Sony's hybrid by supply issues, twice as many Xbox consoles than PS5s were sold in Japan last week. So a shout out to Famitsu. Looks like the Xbox Series console family sold 6,695 units during that period of June 13th through the 19th, which eclipsed PS5's 3,000 sales. I'll talk about the breakdown individually when we talk. But then, that's the second time, because I get the first time was May 9th through the 15th, and that's when it initially happened, which we originally did the topic.
Yeah, that's when we had Jeff Grubb on. And
yes!
That's when your clown me. Remember that? Remember that? Bozo the clown was here. Remember that?
I feel like clowning's a little bit too harsh.
Well, we got to give King his flowers. We were on him
you
got the little man, King?
This is what, look who's just straight from Japan.
I have every intention on giving King his flowers. I have every intention on giving King his flowers, but to say I was clowning him by saying I needed to see more weeks is a little too
How many
far.
weeks more do you need to see?
I know. I literally just told you I'm going to give you your flowers. Calm down.
Flowers given. Great from Japan is little man.
Hey, King. Hey King, are you saying that you bought all these Xbox
did you consoles
from Japan?
Did you buy all these, King?
Well, quiet as kept.
Are you something to do with the supply issues?
Quiet as kept. I'm the Connect for Japan. The new marketing team in Japan is me. Yes.
How you feeling, Kid?
I told you. I told you. And see, dudes, this is why I tell you guys, live it up. Live it up. Feel it. Feel the moment. Grab it. Seize the moment. All right? Because little man, this is the whole reason why. See, I couldn't do this with a PlayStation 5. Or the one with the disc, without the disc. You ain't doing no one-hand display. You're not doing this. You're not doing this. So when the Asian market said, this can fit in my house. This
really small.
One-handed.
Little man is really small, really cool.
You know what's crazy, King?
Yeah.
Little man is selling without no games in 2022.
Tell Fonz. Tell him.
Is that not scary? Because when the games do come,
But my thing is, how is it possible? Why would someone want something that don't have no games?
It's not even that, man.
According to Twitter.
It's not even that. If you look,
Game Pass.
Xbox Series X only was 100 or 200 less than the Series S.
Yeah, so
it's crazy.
The breakdown is interesting because I guess that's the part that surprised. I give it back to King, but the part that surprised me was literally the breakdown because obviously we're not going to not mention supply constraints, but they did say that individually the S sold 3,423 units, but what surprised me was the X sold 3,000, almost just as much, 3,272. And the reason why I guess I'm surprised, and I'll open it up back to King, is just that I was under the impression because the S was the smaller, sleek, console that the X really wouldn't have any traction. So to King, what do you think is going on with that?
Well, they said nobody wanted it. They said, see, you can't force somebody to purchase something they don't want. I don't care if it's available or not. Right? The PlayStation 5. How come is these supply constraints with people? I think everybody in this room has a PlayStation 5. Right? Everybody here has a PlayStation 5, yes? I mean, you don't have it.
Jez don't want it. Jez don't want. I do feel like, look, they are hard to get, but at this point, can you let me finish my statement?
you could, but that's a lie.
Let Attic finish.
I said they are hard to get, but if you were trying, you would have one by now. It's just people they do the bare minimum and say I can't get one.
True.
It's true. I don't believe that.
Are you talking about Xbox or PlayStation?
PlayStation.
If you really want one, you can actually pay for one. You know what I'm saying?
Go to StockX. Y'all gonna sit here. I'm not gonna allow these dudes to run around with the supply constraints, King. Because if it was
there are supply constraints, we can't act like there's not. No, we can't act like
they can get it. Nah, man. I'm not gonna, it's whose fault is that? I don't care.
You don't care.
I'm there. I'm there with you.
Let me just say this much, because I'll say this. I know some diehard Xbox dude. They got a PlayStation through StockX.
Yep.
Okay, because they just wanted one.
Okay. Can someone explain to me what StockX is?
StockX is a supply store that can actually get you everything that you're looking for right now for a market price.
I just wait for them to show up on Best Buy. Like sooner or later they do show up at Best Buy and they make you go to the stores. So like it's a lot. I've gotten 3 Xbox Series X's and 2 PS5s because of Best Buy.
No, so I mean here in Poland you can actually get PlayStation 5. Well, like you cannot like walk into the store and get one, but online, no problem. The only thing is that it always comes with something extra, like extra.
Oh, like a bundle.
Bundles.
Yeah, I can't walk into any store around here and get a Series X.
You can buy one, yeah.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of lies and fabrications, right? So to distract from exactly what's really happening, told you dudes, y'all can be happy and live in a moment. Oh, it's selling. It's actually doing something. It has actually some type of traction. Remember, the last generation was a hiccup.
Right.
It was rolling. Everything was rolling fine. The Xbox, the first Xbox, then the 360, everything was rolling fine. Then the dude messed up, and we had to restart the whole thing. This is the start of a different generation. Fonz brought up something that was very, very key. If there's no games, because there's really no really heavy-hitting games, next gen or the current gen games now will be starting to come next year. And when that ball starts to roll, they're doing all of this off of the strength of rebranding the company as far as consumer-friendly, giving Game Pass, giving you options when you're going to buy. It's changing how people see it. And I said it was an awakening in Japan when people got up and brought 6,000. I'm like, what happened that day? And y'all was clowning me. They was like, nothing happened that day. It just sold, and it ain't gonna sell next week. Well, it sold the week after, and the week after, and the week after, and it's continued to do so.
It's too. In fairness, it's 2 weeks.
I'm just saying, they're doing what they're not supposed to do.
To be honest, I'm pretty surprised at the way it's sold. Yes. I really am.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Jez's thoughts on it. Just in general, with this, obviously the news came out and it sold again. Are you on the side of, is it strictly the supply constraint issue, or do you think, to King's point, it could be a sign of something greater? Where do you stand on this, Jez?
I think, well, the fact that they're selling through all their stock is, a good thing. It'd be a travesty if they had like a few thousand units on store shelves and they weren't selling out, given the supply constraints. So, I think supply constraints is a real thing. You reduce the visibility of your product, you reduce the potentiality for that's not a word. You reduce the potential.
I like Buzz Jez. I like Jez. You get a different flow.
I'm hungover.
Okay? I can tell. I love it.
So you reduce the potential for impulse purchases, like where you're walking into a store, you want to buy some Manscaped products, for example, and then you see a PlayStation 5 there, you're like, oh, yeah, I'll just get a PlayStation 5. Okay, maybe not a lot of people impulse purchase a PlayStation 5, but that the product visibility is reduced when there's no stock on store
That
shelves and
Series
stuff.
S is an impulse buy. I'll say that though.
Yeah, but that's exactly it though. The Series S definitely is an impulse buy, and there are games like Fortnite and Halo Infinite and Forza and Fall Guys and sort of these trending kind of games which just look and perform better on the Series S. Like if you've got a PlayStation 4, for example, if you've got a PlayStation 4 or a Nintendo Switch even, and you want to play, if you're a Nintendo Switch user and you want to play a game that's higher than 15 frames per second, the obvious console to buy if you're budget minded is a Series S, right? So, it's like, man, I'm trying to play Fortnite on this, paperweight thing, and it's like, well, I can play on something that's a bit faster, both in terms of SSD and frame rate and all the rest of it. So, and then you factor in Xbox Game Pass as well, and it's like you were saying earlier, like they're doing all this without the heavy hitting exclusives, right? Yeah. It's all being driven by games like Fortnite, and it's being driven by the value of Game Pass and the impulse purchase, and it looks great and it's tidy. It's great for younger siblings. It's a great gift to get a younger sibling or a younger child or something. It's the right product for the right time.
Jez,
it could be that in 5 it could be that in 5 years maybe it stops being the right product and the sales start slowing down, by which time they'll have the Series X probably in higher supply. Maybe they can drop us a price cut, a permanent price cut on the Series X and whatever. But I remember when they announced the Series S, there was a lot of people like, oh, a 2-console launch, that makes no sense. It's a terrible idea. But it's like, nah, phone manufacturers have been doing this for decades. They launch a phone for the lower end, launch a phone for the higher end, and they have a million phones in between. And even just the mere suggestion of having 2 SKUs blew some people's minds. They're stuck in this box of.
No, you're absolutely right.
They said the consumer's going to be confused.
The point was confusion and it's not going to work. Remember that? That was the argument. Go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry.
Ridiculous.
Imagine how crazy it would be if there was only a Windows 11 and like an Android Note. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it would be the Galaxy, probably be the base model. Like just a Windows, not a Windows, just a Note or a Galaxy, probably a Galaxy. And just an iPhone. That's all. Like there's no nothing else. There's no like 5 SKUs of each phone. You walk in. Imagine how little like the actual cell phone productions would have to be. It's literally just one table in the middle of the place. On one side it has an iPhone, and the other side it has a Galaxy.
No, it's a good point, because at the end,
the whole confusion, them talking about how it's confusing for some people. Like, if
Fonz, your background.
Yo, Fonz, what's going on with your I love his background. I'm not even.
I got a pin Fonz right now. He loose.
Like little Timmy's grandma goes into the store and she doesn't, know the difference between the X and the S, and that's fine. But all little Timmy has to do is get the black one, Mom, or get the white one, Mom, or Grandma.
Wait, Fonz, are you implying that the confusion narrative was overblown for little man? Are you implying?
For sure, I knew that from the beginning. I mean, I've always hated that. Oh, the more SKUs, than just one is just total confusing.
I mean,
no.
To be honest with you,
it's not.
Who's really going to be looking? To be honest with you, the only people that's going to be looking for like the X is the hardcore. The casual most likely is going to go in there for the cheapest product anyway. So like you can't get 3 and a 500 just like confused. Like
no doubt, we got KidSmove, the best buy in the building. What's going on? He definitely wanted in on this topic. This is family.
I just saw you guys had a full house, and I had the family's gone. My house is silent. I'm watching the podcast, and I'm like, oh, there's a little light on ILP today. I was like, I wonder if I'll get that backdoor invitation.
Come
and
to the back.
Seeing more faces pop up. I was like, oh, Jez, Madz. Oh, come on, let me in there. I was like, if Fonz is back. Fonz has been away.
Fonz is back.
Wait a minute. I can hear Smooth. And there's no kids in the background?
I know, that's a first. Yeah, that's real.
That's amazing.
He put on his party time shirt.
He about to have a party in the crib.
He said the kids is gone. He put on his party time shirt.
That feel like House Party 3.
And he threw on his Crocs. He outside.
No, don't you do it.
You know what's funny, King? My wife hates the shirt.
And notice how he's wearing it
She's
today.
not alone.
When she's not around, you put it on.
Anyway, shout out to KidSmove.
It's like the rebel in him coming out the moment she leaves. I mean, I'm putting on this shirt.
I'm putting on that shirt that she don't like.
So she locked the door. He put the shirt on, threw his hat on.
You know what's funny?
He outside.
He gonna have the door locked and she's knocking on the door. Jerry, why you ain't opening the door? He's like trying to switch your shirt real quick.
Trying to switch it back.
Yeah, when she left, I had a Lakers jersey on.
Got messy.
Pulled the green screen up.
Anyway, kid, let's get back on, man. So what do you think, man? Obviously, this is the second time this has happened. We the talk is clearly that there's still supply constraint issues for PlayStation. But how are you taking this news of Xbox Series S and X success in Japan?
It's the change that nobody wanted to see. And I know every article. It's crazy that every article has to preface every time they announce that the Xbox is outselling the PlayStation 5 in Japan. They have to say supply constraints.
Yeah, right.
It's like they don't every time. This crazy thing is when PlayStation is winning in Japan, right? When they sell out normally outsell Xbox in Japan, no word of it. When it does it in the UK, no word of it, right? No, despite shortages, PlayStation manages to outsell this. No, only when the Xbox is doing it. And it's crazy. And people are like, it's gonna go back to normal. I peeped that comment. It's gonna go back to normal. BG. It's gonna go back to normal.
Why does he gotta catch a bullet?
I'm like,
damn.
So I'm like, okay, so this is the only time this is only going to occur. So, and the thing is, it's not like it's now think about it. Xbox on average, historically sells about 900 units.
That is true. No, that's a good point.
It's been selling literally half a dozen to a dozen, which is kind of not normal for Xbox. And the thing is, if you're outselling PlayStation, that means PlayStation has to be selling less than that. So this week, the last time it outsold PlayStation, it was in the 6,000-7,000s, right? Yeah. And the week prior to that, when it didn't outsell PlayStation, it sold more, right? It sold 6,000 to outsell PlayStation.
I'm with you.
And then the week prior to that, it was like around 7,000, but PlayStation sold maybe around like 9 or 11, right? And then this time around, how much did it sell? It was like 12K?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, total. Looks like, yeah.
So I don't hype with all the sales and everything, but I will say that, it was shocking to me. I guess not really shocking because in the end, it really is the most brilliant move that Microsoft could have done, bringing out this console at this price point, at what it can do as well. It's amazing. Like my son has one. He's had one for months now, and he loves it. Man. He loves it.
Fonz, the radio, not the radio.
That's what's so dope about it. He's switching up his backgrounds and he's giving you that feel. I love
the fact that he got the old school boom box. Oh, I gotta put it on Fonz. The old school, because it do look like an old school boom. Shout out to little man looking like an old school boom box.
$2.99 for that boom box that plays video games.
No doubt. Salute. No, actually, correction, kid. It was on my part. I got it wrong. It said the Xbox Series family of consoles, both of them. Like I said, 6,000 units total with a 3,000 kind of unit split per the kind of thing. But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. Attic, I'll let you go and then I'll jump in after Kid. I'm sorry, Kid.
Jez.
At least, sorry, Ron. Kid, then Jez.
At least everybody's getting what they want, because they shouldn't be counted together. They should split them up.
Now they split them up. They still don't like it. Separate those two. Oh no! Put it back together. Oh God!
Y'all messy. Y'all so messy today with these.
That
sales.
is kind of funny.
Yeah, y'all going.
And what's funny is I was looking. Both consoles outsold the PlayStation 5. Like both of them did. So there was
separately, huh?
Yeah, that's both separately outsold it.
You know
what's funny? Like, where is
King? King is ridiculous. 1 week, and this is what we get from King. I knew this was gonna happen.
This is the best.
Why's the best, King?
When the Switch was out, when the Switch had supply restraints and it was outselling the PlayStation, there was no with supply restraints. It does seem like it's a little bit one-sided. But at the end of the day, it is Japan, and they're doing a lot better. I like that because it hopefully more of these Japanese developers will take it more seriously when they're talking about bringing their.
King said you got double teamed and lumped up twice.
For real. So now I'm gonna take on your big homie. So now I'm gonna fight the little one.
You're ridiculous.
But you know what? What's interesting about Japan is that and not many people actually talk about it, because like many people like focuses on like Xbox versus PlayStation, and let's bring a little bit of like
reality.
Yeah.
What we gonna talk about?
The matter that, like the Xbox won twice, and each time it was because of the fact that PlayStation 5 sales dropped from like 15,000 to 2,000, right? So yes, it's obviously the shortages and that kind of stuff. But if you look at the numbers like ever since they launched in Japan, and compare it to how many consoles they were selling last generation, we're talking about like huge boost in sales. Like last generation, they would sell 200, 300, 500 consoles a week.
And that was a good week.
That Xbox One era was brutal. Go ahead, Madz.
Now, 2,000, 3,000 is minimum.
Yes.
So we're talking about at least 10, 15 times a boost in sales in Japan.
Good point.
With no games, right? So that's
the impressive part. Yeah.
So yes, PlayStation 5 is still selling better, but they are doing very well in Japan.
Go ahead, Jez.
Yeah. You have to remember as well, a lot of the silicon they're getting for the consoles is going straight into XCloud.
Yes.
So a lot of the chips they're manufacturing, which are Series X chips, they're not putting them into consoles. They're sticking them straight in a server
blade,
and sending that to Japan. So like it's kind of like, you know, how many de facto Xbox gamers are there in Japan because of XCloud, which has started hitting capacity recently. Like sometimes during peak hours, it'll say you are now in a queue to play XCloud. So it's like people are using it, you know.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect of it as well.
No, absolutely. That's a fantastic.
Straining their own supply.
Yeah, they're literally cutting into their own supply because of the Azure server blades, and we know they went from
wouldn't that make supply constraints on the Xbox high? I'm just saying. I mean, if we're using that logic, right? If you're taking half of your product and you putting your product someplace else and you're not distributing it into the consumers, and you're just selling exactly half, so they beating your behind with one hand tied behind their back. This is kind of crazy.
Here we go.
You out here with all your supply. Your supply ain't going to no cloud. No, but you didn't say it, but I did.
Here we go.
Your whole supply is going to the consumers. Everything you got and get go to consumers. Microsoft's so nice with it. They say, yo, split it up. Take one, throw that over there, put that to the cloud. And what we're gonna do with it, we sell these to the people. We still out selling them? Yeah, with one hand tied behind our back. So what happens when all the cloud service is good? Say,
that is on. It's on. Okay, I see what we're doing.
The games, all the games coming.
See, y'all in trouble right now. See, y'all should have never gave me that ammo. See, I love the simple fact that Jez just broke it down for you and told you when they stop giving it to the cloud, y'all gonna get this work.
I could just see right now Phil Spencer sitting in his little Eiffel Tower, and the moment those cloud servers are built, then he just gets that call and he's like, I'm initiate order 1886.
Oh, we doing that. That's what we doing now.
Order 66.
Here we go. Go ahead, Madz.
I wasn't going to say 66. I didn't want to copy anything.
Go ahead, Madz, and I'll get my balls. Yeah.
Quick question to Jez, because like, when you listen to King, it's, you feel like, oh, they are putting like millions of these chips into their server racks, right? But that's probably not the case, right? So like, I know that you keep your ear to close to the ground on these things. So what kind of numbers we potentially can be talking about? Like hundreds of thousands of these chips, or like tens of thousands of? Because let's face it, like
to know really.
Yeah. But that's not
to know.
Millions,
like
surely.
It's not millions, but you have to assume like you can kind of extrapolate some ballpark estimates based on the fact that it needs Xbox Game Pass, right? And there's 25, as far as we know, there's 25 million Xbox Game Pass subscribers. Now, they haven't officially released the breakdown of what's Game Pass Ultimate subscribers and what's not, But like, you know, just assume that like 10% of those are Game Pass Cloud actively Game Pass Cloud users, Game Pass Cloud active users.
You got it.
And then you need a few million servers probably, you know, and they're sort of like they're not even really advertising it either.
That's a good point,
because they know that if they start advertising it, they're going to hit capacity issues. And like if
aren't they still
they're
in
only
beta or
putting
something?
yeah, it's still in beta, which basically I think the reason they call it a beta is because it's like a slow rollout, you know. They don't want to start advertising it and turn the gas on because they'll blow up their servers, right? And that's why like they're rolling it out to a subset of Samsung TVs this year rather than all TVs, you know.
Tell them, Jez.
Part of it, yeah. Part of it is that the Samsung TVs have some encoding tech in them, but imagine if they just went and slapped the browser version of XCloud on every TV as an app, and then you know you're gonna hit server issues. So
tell them, Jez.
there's no way to know. There's no way to know.
So
could be hundreds of thousands. But they did say one thing. They did say was over the next 12 months they're gonna add 125% additional server capacity to XCloud. So they're more than doubling the amount of silicon going to growing XCloud, which could be consoles going to Japan or going onto store shelves. But
Attic got his hand up in there, kid.
In the background.
got two hands.
Oh my God, he's
over and over.
It's just one thing. As soon as Attic finished, it's just one thing that I want to say because Jez brought up a great point. I do appreciate you educating me, Jez, because they're doing this without even advertising. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It's so impressive, my kid.
They out there with word of mouth. Oh my God.
So King, are you implying that once the floodgates hit and the servers and
once see what Jez did tell you is once they say go Jez and then he actually able to promote.
I'm clipping that. Oh my God.
Yeah, that oh my God is ridiculous.
This is crazy. They doing it with one hand tied behind their back without broadcasting. They doing it. Y'all are in trouble now. This is the best. I've waited for this position. I waited 8 long years straight struggling. I'm not even gonna front. You guys think it's a joke. Like, y'all like, oh King, you be fanboying this console war stuff. Hell yes, I do. So when dudes like, nah, man, I'm partially on this side. I don't care where you at. But what I'm saying
we
is,
know what side you're on, King. I think that's clear.
The facts, right?
Yes.
The facts is they're not sending all of their ammo in one spot. And they're outselling the other dudes with one hand tied behind their back
for 2 weeks.
And they're not telling nobody about it, right? So they're keeping it to themselves while working them. And when they start telling and they got both hands out, it's going to be a slaughter. I don't care what y'all got coming this year. Y'all in trouble.
For fairness, before I give it back to Attic, I'm gonna give it to you because you did have your hand. I just want to say for fairness, like, when do you think Sony is able to consistently meet this supply demand? Like, when do you think they would be able to solve this?
When the fight's over.
King.
King, that was not the answer to the question.
That was his answer.
That was his answer. Attic, let me give it to you, and then Attic, you say your point because I was told you. Like, when do you think they could be able to resolve it? Because clearly that like to KidSmove's point, when we do see the articles, it is usually the asterisk or the caveat, you know, because of PlayStation 5 constraint issues, you know, supply issues, stuff like that. But when do you think they could able? Because this is a long time. Like, basically, what I'm getting at is when. Besides, when do we think it'll be over? Like, because at some point, PlayStation has to address this issue, right? When do you think they get that solved, and then we can have like another assessment of it?
I mean, we're what, almost 2 years into this generation. I kind of like. I'm not gonna go with King 100%, but maybe by the time they get the grasp on this situation, it might be too late. Because it's just like, look, they've said multiple times in the past, the beginning of the generation is the most vital. Now, I'm not saying that Microsoft's just going to start outselling Sony like 3 to 4 to 1 or 2 to 3 to 1 even. But what I am saying is this is the kind of thing that Microsoft needed coming off of last generation to make the numbers more even. Right. Because it doesn't matter if Sony doesn't be able to, meet demand. It's like when we had David Jaffe on here, he said, Sony had the same opportunities they could have dropped the bag to, but they chose not to.
As far as the chip, making sure the chip constraints. Okay.
Look, Microsoft's always had that money, but Sony could have easily have, done different things. They didn't anticipate how long this would last, it seems. It's just like, no one can deny it. They're doing better in Japan. If they're doing better in areas where they were getting absolutely demolished last generation, not a little bit, a lot.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what they're doing everywhere else. Like, we're seeing 10% increase in a country that, first off, probably a lot of the products aren't welcome in general. Second off, have you guys ever seen like the little sections that's at their stores? It's small. Xbox is small in those sections, but they're still outselling local hardware. And that speaks volume itself. Look, it's like I said, they're doing better when it brings to, the personas to Game Pass. Like that demographic sees that. They say, oh, I can get this and get every Yakuza game. For the most part, every Yakuza game. And they know for a fact, like I said, it doesn't matter where you live in the world, value is still value. When you can walk in and leave with, I don't know what, currency exchange it is over there, but you could walk in and leave with a Series S, and not to mention X is still selling really good over there.
That's the surprise.
You can leave with a Series S with a month of Game Pass. That screams volume. That screams value. And they clearly see that.
What are you doing?
I think it's true. I want to back you up on that a bit when you're talking about when you walk into a retail store and you see like the PlayStation section's always a lot bigger. And that has a lot to do with even perception, And I think a lot of people, retailers in the past, they allocate for the stock. They think, okay, PlayStation sells more. We need to have more stock for PlayStation items, right? Well, if this continues and this becomes, more of a trend going forward, you're going to see that section get bigger and bigger for Xbox as well. So it's just
it's a good point.
And then when you see more of a demand over there, then you'll start to see these companies. They're like, look, there's been multiple interviews, and I'm pretty sure Jez can contest to this, where Phil's been over there talking to developers, and they say, yo, we can't really take your product serious because we don't see your product in our store. But now they're seeing more people with it. And, it's one thing to develop on a game and not release that game on a platform because your friends don't have it, your family doesn't have it, no one has an Xbox. But the more you start to like level that out, and I'm not saying it's selling crazy amounts, but it's selling okay over there considering it's a country that's kind of went away from console gaming in general. Like we go act like the PlayStation sells like millions over there. They don't.
Well, the Switch is down.
They sell good over there, but that is a very mobile state. And I think people are picking up the Series S and the X because they have XCloud, because they want more access to the games that they get with that service, and they're going to use the console to get it.
Who did that for you?
Yes, we know. Let me give a buzz over. This is you guys been on good points. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it is impressive to me. It is impressive. I know people will use the caveat of supply issues, and I'm not going to say that they're not for Sony. But at some point, we have to give credit to one company having the foresight to plan, especially in a region that historically they didn't do well in, right? So this is important. And to me, it's like what King and Jez are saying. It's like, at the end of the day, and Fonz, you said as well, when you walk in as retail, the perception is you go in there to get what you want, right? If what you want is not there, yes, will there be some times where someone says, okay, maybe I'll get this other thing, but generally you'll wait until what you want is resupplied. So to me, there is a demand for something, and especially according to Twitter, there's no reason to have an Xbox, right? So,
not to interrupt you.
Yes, please.
So you're saying that the consumer is going inside the store and they have this large PlayStation section, and he says, "Excuse me, can I have a lock card, please?" and he says, "Well, we have the new PlayStation 5 over here." He says, "Sorry, sir. Can I have a lock card, please?"
They're not using the code name, sir.
But it has the premium service. Right. No, I like Game Pass and a lock card, please. I don't care how big your section is. Pause. I'm going home with a little man.
It's a testament to little man. Yes, it's a testament to
you
what
don't
they.
care how big your section is.
It's a testament to one, the shout out to the team, obviously Jason Round and his team from a hardware, from an architectural standpoint. It's a well designed console. We cannot dismiss that. Second, we cannot dismiss the value, right? So clearly, again, people have to understand Twitter is that's just an echo chamber. That does not represent real life. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, it does not. So at the end of the day,
it's not a real place.
It's not. So when people go in, like I said, they're seeing value. They're seeing something they wanted, regardless. Even if supply constraints by PlayStation does get rectified and PlayStation sells more, or whatever. It is impressive based on what they did last generation. But let's be honest, was paltry. It was something that wasn't really even taken serious. And I think combined with that, combined with the commitment to Japanese games, obviously we know about the Kojima thing, we know about what they're doing with Sega, we know what they're doing with the Atlas. We're starting to see, again, it almost feels like that 360 where there's a presence. They may never win the region, but to have a presence in an area where historically it's been bad. Wait, King, we doing that?
I think they're gonna win that.
Oh God, here we go.
I think they're gonna win that. I think they're gonna win because they're gonna win Japan. Jez just told you that they doing it with one hand behind their back, whispering to people.
Sir,
I'm telling you right now,
the Nintendo Switch is the market leader, sir. We're acting like the Nintendo Switch does not exist.
First of all, we're not talking about that thing.
Oh, we're not talking about that today.
We're gonna keep it a buck. We're not talking about that weird thing that sells crazy.
The weird thing? Oh, it's a weird. It's a console,
and
sir.
That's a system that ain't got no games, and they still sell it. That's a real system with no games.
With no games for you, sir.
They've had more games this year than that.
They've had more first-party games
Breath of the Wild for the last 10 years. I don't care.
No, 2 years. This is definitely King's World right now.
Breath of the Wild and Breath of the Wild, and it ain't there. So shout out to them doing whatever. Who cares? Nobody cares.
No,
that's
is real. You can't say nobody cares
about
that.
That. Like you don't care about my Crocs. I don't care about
that. You know what I wish we can have that. We can have that video of that dude on ESPN says no one cares.
Yeah, Let me live in this world, Kings.
But no, because I'm you know what? They're gonna start saying, oh, when the PlayStation starts selling, the supply constraints is up now. You see what happened? No, see. And I want y'all to temper your expectations.
You want PlayStation to temper their expectations?
I'm gonna do to them what they wanted Microsoft to do. Temper your expectations.
The thing is, though, King,
in the next 12 months, what's gonna happen is soon in the near future, Microsoft won't need to send anything to the cloud server, no place.
And then it's on.
And that's when the fight and the whoopings is going to start. So I'm going to tell you right now, run to the store, go get yourself a Lockhart, right? And then tune in and get yourself Game Pass Ultimate and just buckle in, eat your popcorn, and have a good time because the slaughter is going to be fantastic. And don't be apologetic, guys. Because they wasn't apologetic with you.
What is this
retribution? Not be apologetic with them. Listen, they had caskets. I remember dudes put me on memes with caskets with the Xbox. Y'all remember?
I do remember.
They had a great time, planning our demise. Oh, this generation go just like last generation. Plot twist. It's not. And then they're doing it off of the words of Jez.
It's all good. Thank you, Jez. Thank you, Jez.
The thing, what happens when we talk about people saying, "Oh, can you count the sales separately? Can you count the sales separately?" What about when they released the Xbox handheld in Japan, man?
Oh, exclusive!
Count that separately?
Wait, Jez, are you exclusive? Jez, are you implying
just speculating?
Speculation that an Xbox handle? What?
Maybe they'll make a handheld. Just speculating.
I will.
Exclusive.
I will say, Chad, that would be now here's the question. Native or like a cloud, like how you had the Kishi version 2 article? Like what would the speculation incur?
Oh man, speculatively.
Speculatively.
I don't know. Speculatively, I imagine it would be a cloud kind of handheld.
Okay. But a dedicated.
Speculatively.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. Speculatively, the Keystone stuff is an operating system, not necessarily hardware. So necessarily a Keystone operating system that did cloud stuff. That's the kind of thing you put in a handheld. It's a market that likes their handhelds, right? So the Xbox Series Y or something? Series P? I don't know what you call it.
So wait, hold on. So
Series X?
What?
No, I was gonna say. So you're implying that the Project Keystone could lead to a bigger initiative, potentially, speculatively. Speculative. We all just speculating. That's all we doing. You know what I'm saying?
It's a reach. It's a reach.
Would it make sense to even do that if they can just like put this OS on other existing devices? There's so many of them out there.
I think the reason
I put it on everything.
Oh.
I put it on everything.
I think
That's the
reason
point is like. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say I think the reason that they would make a personalized handheld device is because the Switch is seen as like a personalized handheld device, and I feel like they might want to build something a little bit more natural to the hand than a phone.
You got to think, right? You got to think a lot of the encoding for the video stream for cloud. Some of that's done natively, right? Some of that's done on your device. Like that's why the PC version of XCloud tends to have a better image quality than if you're just running it through a browser or something else, because they're doing some compute using your computer, some encoding, right? So if you were gonna have dedicated hardware to streaming cloud, theoretically you could get a better video stream if the device is actually designed for it natively.
That is true. And then
theoretically, speculatively. That's something I think I'd like to see from them. You know, for markets that do think highly of the 15 FPS Nintendo Switch, you get a 60 FPS cloud Xbox Switch instead.
Well, look, you know, it's a perfect transition into our next topic because with the advancement that Xbox is making. But I did want to give you that because a dedicated, I'll be honest, like I think the tech is really great. I used the Kishi one. I got to get to part 2. Shout out to your article. But I have to say, like, it is really impressive. It's really responsive. It's come a long way. And if you had a dedicated device, Jez, put it on the. Let me see. Put it back up, Jez. Put it back up.
It's good, man.
Let me see. Put it back up on the screen. Let me see, because I need the new version. Jez, flex. Put it back on the screen.
It's good, right?
There you go. Okay.
Minor flex for you.
Nice.
Is it even out? Yeah. It is out, right? I think it's $99.
Yeah, it looks.
That's breaking NDA.
Wait, I hope you ain't breaking NDA. I'm gonna take a screen off.
Minor flex.
It's available now on Amazon. It's really good. I love. It's the best. It's the best XCloud device.
Right.
Like it feels great. Like you can hear the clickiness of it.
The trick is looks.
It feels like if Microsoft made one of these, it would be basically like this.
Right.
It's the closest. It's the closest to actually like feeling like a good device. But problem is my Galaxy Fold doesn't fit in this thing.
And
Galaxy Fold's too damn big. So, you know, it's kind of like I still want a dedicated hardware for it. But.
Right. And
that's why part of me feels like they need a dedicated one, because phones are evolving to a point where, you know, when the phones start becoming popular, because I've noticed a lot of people really gravitating toward those phones.
Right.
It would be nice for them to have just one thing you can buy that they're always going to support.
Right. And the thing is, it would solve 2 problems. One, because let's be honest, a person like me, I know I like to use my phone. And some people don't want to have their phone also multitask as this dual device. So you keep the phone separate, have the dedicated thing. And then it helps Xbox, because let's be honest, even though I want a native handheld device, ultimately that would be another SKU that potentially Xbox would have to develop for, right? And this eliminates that. If they would have a dedicated device screen and it's still a streaming only kind of device, that would eliminate that. They could still do what they want to do with Project Keystone.
You know what that means, though, don't you? You guys know what that means, that they make this handheld version that accesses streams in the cloud. Means people are going to be on Twitter like, I want them separated. I don't want this with it.
Don't want those beat up 3 times.
Don't want those numbers to count.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, after the Xbox One generation, if you would have told me the last couple of years of the Xbox One that the next Xbox would be outselling PlayStation, its native country, and that it would be outselling Xbox and key ports of the world at certain months, I'd have said you crazy. Like there ain't no way.
Like they was gonna do it all natty, and I told y'all that was gonna happen. And dudes was looking at me and laughing, and y'all was like, "King, you out here, you're capping too hard." And what happened? Y'all gonna have to start putting some respect on my name.
Can I talk, King? Can I talk?
Go for it.
And then I gotta get the balls. We gotta move on.
I would have told you, look, like it's not happening, because if you look at it from the logistics of what was going on last generation, so being outsold 3-1 everywhere in the world, Xbox got no business where it is right now. It's the hard work that the team made, the rebranding that they did, the restructuring of how the the Xbox image is seen to the world. That's what led to this. And there's not a lot of companies that could have done this turnaround in just one generation. Some companies could never do this turnaround.
No, I agree. And that's why I want to give. I don't want to get too crazy with just the week. I'm looking at the overall picture. That's how I'm looking at it. Because regardless of what the overall picture is, that they're doing better in the region. Yeah, this is an exciting time. I want to transition straight into the next one. I had to get the super chats ready, but I want to transition to the next one. And this
They're ready.
Oh, okay, you're okay. Cool. So let's go. Let's get the
Yeah, so
super
we
chats
got
going.
a $5 super chat from Hollywood Rules. Another spicy ILP Sunday with Aniki Talk. Welcome back, King, aka Killer Croc. Have a great show, gentlemen. How them MPDs looking? Watch the goalposts move. Then we got a $5 stretch from Hard Eye Fine. Fortnite. So yeah, I sampled y'all voice. You was using it wrong. I don't know what that's about.
I know he got a ball. Yeah. That was a ball. I like that.
All right, so then we got a $5 super chat from Perkakiller 9000. Probably butchered that. It's cool. Lord Addict, how about you try my name again? I probably butchered it, but my apologies. Where is the Mayo guy, aka Jez Corden? He must be sleeping. So that was the right.
Mayo is in the building. The Mayo
got
is
$5
in the building.
Chat from Ryan Gither. Hey King, did you get Final Fantasy VII on Game Pass? Nah, well,
you coming for me? No, I got it on my PlayStations that's available in all stores right now, still getting out sold.
Can I finish the super chat? May I finish the super chat?
Yes, sir. You can get it. Go for it.
So, hey King, did you get Final Fantasy VII on Game Pass? Nah, well, Team Blue got you, boo boo. Keep up the great work, Lords. Also, happy to see Fonz making his return.
We all happy to see Fonz.
Oh, appreciate you, man.
$5 super chat from Let Me Play With Your Joystick.
Solve's not here.
Don't tell Solve, but Jez kind of looking cute today.
Wait, you cheating on Solve already? All it took was Jez Corden to come in here and can you play with my joystick already? Cheating on Solve.
We got $5 super chat from Lucius Augustus. The Xbox number in Japan is consistent. They sell about 6 to 10K per week. People only pay attention when they outsell Sony.
Yep.
Then we got a new member, man. Put some logo, put some crest in the chat, man. Tony Brown, new member. Welcome to Lord Bronze, man. Welcome to the Brown.
Thank you.
Put some chest in that crest, man.
Only Xbox got back. He said nobody's playing with nobody's joystick, Paul. Let that man live his life. Only on Xbox.
That's how he want to do it.
That's how he want to do. Why worry about what you do?
Let him do it.
Let him do what he want with his joystick.
He ain't tell you to play with
He ain't tell you.
Leave him alone.
He ain't approach you, so mind your business.
Why you looking over?
Why you?
You got your eyes on your urinal.
Worry about your elite controller.
There's a divider. Stay behind you.
Go get mad. Jez getting attention out here.
I have permission to finish.
Continue. We went left. Time on us. Time on me and King.
You got a $2 super chat from Don't Subscribe to Game Pass. I feel like this chat hating. I feel like we got some Jez Corden people in here. Tom Henderson, Body, Jeff, Scrub. I assume you talk about Grub and Jez Corden. So I don't know. I guess he feels like maybe he predicted something you guys didn't. I don't know.
How can you body somebody and you an informant? That don't even make no sense. Like, it don't make no sense. But I understand by your name. No, don't buy Game Pass. You don't buy Game Pass. You go buy your game. Stop trying to promote that crap.
Yeah, and don't subscribe to Game Pass. You couldn't subscribe for $2.
Oh my God! Jeff Grubb said, "I wish Tom would body me." I'm done. Jeff, what's going on? Y'all ridiculous.
We got a new member. Put some crest in the chat, man, for Buddha time. Welcome to the realm.
That's my guy. ILP clan in the building. Salute.
We got a $5 super chat from Don Otaku. Xbox and PlayStation 5 fighting for second place to sell 10 times less.
Switch coming in.
Switch in Japan. It's always funny to me. He is kind of right.
He's kind of right.
He is kind of right.
Switch stay coming out. Everybody got an excuse.
They ain't doing that.
Everybody got an excuse. That's my greatest draft pick.
Them until they put out.
Yeah, you know what the greatest thing in the gaming industry was when the Switch came out? We stopped hearing about sales.
yeah, sales. You noticed that? Thank you.
No, they mention sales. They just don't mention theirs.
Continue. Switch coming in the hot. Put it in the chat.
Super chat from Don Otaku. Speaking of Nintendo, y'all better live stream the Nintendo Direct next week.
That's not happening.
Not happening, man.
That's not happening. They're gonna do if 2 hours on one character talking about how he pitched the ball in Melee. I'm good.
Kirby?
No, I do not want to see Kirby sucking down stuff.
Pause.
I do not want to see none of that stuff. That game is kind of disturbing to me.
I don't know why you just used that word, sucking down.
Yeah, that was
Wait a second. I don't know why you emphasizing on it. Let's go.
You're the one that's sucking down stuff a little bit.
You're saying it after I said
Time.
it.
Moving on
from that word.
Let's go. Moving on. Let's get to some chats.
We got a members chat, man. I appreciate he's been a member for 6 months. Shout out to the Lords. Best family in gaming. Question for Jez. How did the Kishi version 2 controller compare to the Namco MGX Pro for mobile gaming?
Jez.
Kishi V2 bodies the Namco thing.
We use a body
Nacon.
Okay.
Notice he said bodies.
Bodies.
Yeah.
Okay.
The new Nacon was okay, but Kishi's just on another level.
Another level. Salute.
We got a $10 super chat from Ducky. Always a good time watching the show. Y'all keep doing what you do.
Ducky, salute. I believe you're in the clan. Shout out to ILP Destiny clan. Shout out to Ducky.
Then we got a super chat from Dham Thread. In my country, some stores are doing families that lack knowledge with tech dirty with selling the Series S. All they done is pre-install the latest update, and for this take an extra 120. Yeah, that's kind of dirty. I don't know what that's about.
That's crazy.
We got a $5 super chat from Flame. Oh, Jez Corden from Iron Lord's podcast interviewed LordCognito. Get him to confirm the existence of an Xbox.
We got the exclusive. Fonz dropped the
Sorry,
bars.
had to. Hi, Jez and
Yeah, we
Fonz.
got it. Idle Sloth, cue it up.
All right, so you guys have been going crazy since I started reading these super chats. We got a $5 super chat from Thanks1138. Nintendo did a turnaround with the Switch. Coming from the Wii U, poor sales last generation. Xbox is pulling up with success this generation.
Yeah, pulling the same success. Good point, THX.
Do you see the
I got
next
him.
one?
Yeah, red and black dog. $5 super chat. Nobody talking about Jez breaking the news that a new Project Gotham racing is coming, where you can race the Batmobile. Love the show, fellas. Is this confirmed? Jez, do we know something here?
It's because I think was it on Xbox 2? I said that I thought Project Gotham Racing was like a Batman racing game or something.
Oh yeah, I did listen to that. Yeah. Y'all thought the Gotham meant we had to do it back.
Yeah, I thought it was like a Batman themed racing game or something.
Hilarious, no doubt. Oh, shout out to Hargeet. He put it
in the chat.
Oh, that's the homie, man. We got a chance to break bread with that man. Yeah. Cool dude, man. Really cool dude. He got the Game Pass Ultimate 3-month in the code. Y'all better snatch that up.
Somebody already.
You know that's going.
Look at King. He's like, someone already did it.
Ain't me.
Shout out to Forza Legend with the $2 super chat. Forza background of the dude with the PlayStation suit. Laughing, man. Okay, well, I don't know what that means, but okay.
Oh yeah, because that was Fonz. Fonz had the Fonz background.
Oh, Fonz background. Yes.
Yeah, his background.
Yeah, he laughing. Hargeet Shadi again with the $2 super chat. We got that Forza Horizon 5 Premium Global Edition. Y'all better get that.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Salute to Hargeet, really doing it up for the community. And then we got my boy Lloyd Metroid, $2 super. King is capping. He plays Skyward Sword. Stop it.
No, I do.
Look, man.
I do.
I actually have to. Skyward Sword's a good game. We like to start with the Zelda.
Yeah.
That's big.
See what happens.
Skyward
See what happens
Sword's-
when you convert the unconvertible.
Skyward Sword's a good game, but the motion controls ain't it. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, but he outside with us though.
Yeah, I am outside freezing.
That's what I'm
No
talking.
doubt. Apollo
We
Cooper.
got-
Sorry, you got it.
Apollo Cooper with the $2 super chat. PlayStation had more glow down than Madonna. Like,
Wow. I don't know what we doing.
Wow.
Okay.
And then we got Hargeet Shandi with the $5 super chat for those with Game Pass for his Horizon 5 Premium add-on bundle global. Appreciate
everybody.
Shandi for putting all the codes in the chat,
Yeah,
man.
man. That's love. Thanks everybody on that. Let's get to these next topic, which is me, man. And we got some news, man. Shout out to AMD, man. Shout out to Jason Ronald, AMD Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2. So shout out to Jason Ronald. He put the tweet
Sounds like Capcom made the title.
out. Yeah, Super Deluxe Turbo.
$2 super chat for him, Solo Gaming. Wish everyone in the chat and a panel a good day.
Oh, he's a good dude. Shout out to him. So yeah, it looks like GPU Open, shout out. They said they're very excited to provide Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2 to Xbox developers. FSR 2 can be found in the most recent GDKX samples, building cross-platform for Xbox Series X, Xbox One, which is interesting, and Windows Desktop. Many thanks to Microsoft for the continued collaboration. Then shout out to the legendary Jason Ronald, the beard, the wizard of Xbox himself. He said, excited to continue to partner with AMD and GPU Open to provide the latest techniques and graphics performance to game developers on both Xbox and PC. And he said FSR 2 samples are now included with the GDKX for Xbox developers. So I want to get Jez and Madz on this because Jez, you had the article, kind of also announcing this, talking about this in some level, and then also I want to get Madz afterwards for kind of breakdown, like why is this even important? Why should gamers care about this technology?
Well, it's sort of like in the apps, I'm by no means an expert on this stuff. This gets like super mathematical and technical when you get reductionist with it. But like at a very basic level, it uses like super sampling technology and super sampling algorithms to sort of make games that are blurry look crisper, basically. So if you're running an Xbox Series S game and you have to sacrifice resolution to get better frame rate, Super FX could Fidelity FX, sorry, could upscale the resolution using a sort of a lighter computing load than actually doing it natively. So like you get the best of both. The theory is you get the best of both worlds. You get a crisper image and you get faster frame rate. I thought it was machine learning, but actually Fidelity FX is not machine learning. NVIDIA DLSS, which is a similar sort of, type of technology, that does use machine learning, but this doesn't. It uses sort of some sort of upscaling algorithm. I don't know exactly how it works, frankly. It's just magic. It's just magic.
It's just magic. It's just a wizard. Jason Ronald doing what the wizard does. That's what he does.
It's some magic stuff. So I don't actually know what games use it on Xbox Series S, but from what I understand, there is a bunch of them. It might be in games that launched at 30 frames and are now magically 60 frames. Like I think Chivalry maybe uses it, because like I was kind of, and this is just a complete guess because there's no way of knowing really unless they actually just come and tell you. Right. But that's the point. The point is that you don't know. It just looks better. Right. It just runs better and all that kind of stuff. And this is just another aspect of the. Really, it's going to help on the Series X. It's going to help us get good frame rates and good resolution while also using ray tracing. On the Series S, it's going to help us get better visual quality while also maintaining 60 frames per second. That's the theory behind it, and the latest version is better than the last version. Right. Jeff Grubb came in with a more intelligent answer than I could find. FSR 2 uses the motion of the previous frame to interpolate the next frame. Very similar to the Secret Source DLSS, just not quite as perfect. So yeah, it's sort of it infers what the next frame should look like based on the last frame, I guess. And XCloud works in a similar kind of way. Like sometimes, like when XCloud lags, you'll see like the previous image sort of overlay on the next frame. It's because it sort of uses the last image, so it doesn't have to load the same picture all the way over again, which is why fixed camera perspective games often work bad, because it doesn't have to. It's easy to interpolate a game that has a fixed camera because a lot of the data is in the next frame is the same as the old one, right? But yeah, that's basically the idea behind it. As technology progresses and stuff like super resolution and we start getting deep learning coming in, because the Xbox Series S and X both have like a generic direct machine learning chip on the motherboard called DirectML, which I don't even know if they've started using yet. But a lot of these technologies are going to sort of make the Xbox Series S seem even more next gen as we get further into the generation. Like when the Series S first launched, we didn't really have many games that really ran well on it to test. But to be honest, we didn't really have many games. Like during the review period, there was basically nothing to test at all on either console, really. But like the Series S, even less so. And when I went back to Germany, I left my Series X in England, and I only had a Series S in Germany for ages. And even over the course of 6 months, just using the Series S as my main console, it was surprising how many games suddenly started getting updated from 30 frames to 60 frames per second. Like Chivalry being one of them was one I remembered, because I'm like, oh man, I can't go back to 30 frames now, especially in a game like Chivalry.
Yes.
You know. And then one day they updated it, and then suddenly it was a solid 1080p 60. You know, so it's all that kind of stuff.
So with FSR2, Jez, that's something they can implement later. It doesn't need to be at a development level right from the start, be implemented, or.
I'm honestly not sure. I couldn't tell you that much.
We got Madz in there. Let's get the techie for Madz Gaming, man. People in the building. What's up, man? I mean, me and you've been talking about it for a little bit. I mean, FSR1, I remember you had an article and you were kind of mentioning it to me. And I remember also the DLSS talk during that time. So, like, explain to us a little bit more in detail, you know, how important this tech is.
Okay, just like Jez mentioned, it's basically a technology that boosts performance by, depending on the mode, like it may be anything between 50 to like 30-20%, and also obviously makes the image sharper. Now, the cool thing about FSR 2.0 is that it uses the previous frames, the motion vectors, to actually build the image and make it sharper, right? And that's kind of cool when we're talking about the games that are running at higher resolution. So, for example, if you take internal resolution that GPU is rendering the game like 1600p and upscale or really reconstruct it to 4K, it looks nice and clean, right? And even the early samples like the Deathloop, I think was the first game that they were testing. That actually works pretty well, and like there's hardly any difference between like FSR 2.0 4K and native 4K, right? So FSR is actually cool when it comes to like, you know, higher resolutions and you know, just boosting performance, right? Like, you know, now FSR 2.0 is nothing really new. Like similar techniques already exist, like Unreal Engine. Even Unreal Engine 4 has a similar technique, TAA reconstruction, because it's kind of similar, similar technology, and it pretty much works the same. Like it reconstructs the image in the same way, so makes it sharper. Now, the problem with FSR, in my opinion, is that because Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, I mean, maybe. I don't want to say that they don't need that, but you know, they don't need that as much as Xbox Series S. Right? Because like a lot of people, like even in my comment section or like when I'm on Twitter and talking with people, and they're like, oh, you know, Madz, when Xbox Series S is going to get that, you know, upscaling technology, ML upscaling technology. Now we were waiting for FSR. It's not using machine learning at all, right? And the problem is that it uses previous frames generated by GPU. So in a case of Xbox Series S, when you've got a game that, unfortunately, a lot of these games actually drops below 1080p,
right?
So that image, like the native image, is not of a great quality. So there's not much you can actually reconstruct from, right? I mean, you know, that technology does, you know, whatever it can, but sometimes, you know, our details may be missing, and you are still, it's sharper, better looking, but it's not as nice as like that 4K versus FSR at 4K. And that's the same problem as with Unreal Engine, for example. Reconstruction in 1080p doesn't really look that nice. Right. And that's why, even though that FSR 2.0 may be good for some developers, because like, you know, they may not have their own technology. Like there's like, if you look at PlayStation, for example, all these, you know, PlayStation game engines for the most part have got their own technology like that already.
Right, no reconstruction technique.
Exactly. So FSR 2.0 will be no good for them anyway, because they've got their own, right? It's not doing anything new for them. It may be better for like, you know, developers that then don't have that just yet. And the last thing I want to say about, you know, these technologies overall is that I mean, it's cool that we've got that, right? And that they improved over FSR 1.0. But I'm still waiting for machine learning on consoles, and we need that desperately,
So
especially Xbox Series S.
break that down as to why the machine learning aspect really excites you more than the kind of reconstruction techniques.
Okay, so that technology is kind of similar. It obviously uses the motion vectors, the previous frames, but it also, the algorithm has additional data from the servers where you actually building a model for, basically developers when they developing games, they kind of send or load samples to kind of, let's say it like a server, right? Or a computer somewhere. And that computer is kind of analyzing all the frames and everything, right? And these samples, a lot of times are being loaded in 8K, right? So the difference between machine learning based technology and just FSR, like a local one, is that when that algorithm, machine learning based algorithm, is trying to reconstruct an image, well, it has way more data to build it from, right?
Gotcha.
So basically, stuff that on Xbox Series S, because it's lower resolution, may be missing because that information, that like maybe some leaves on the trees or maybe some flowers far in the distance, because these things are of a very low quality, very low resolution. When after reconstruction, they may be missing. But with machine learning, these small details are still going to be there because the data is provided by machine learning. Let's just say it, right? So, and that's why when you watch Digital Foundry video about like DLS implemented in PC games, they sometimes say, "Oh man, that game DLSS actually looks better than native resolution."
Right?
Why? Because it reconstructs image, at least some, I'm not saying that all of them, but sometimes it reconstructs even from higher than 4K resolution. So that's a massive difference. That's why we need that on Xbox Series S.
No doubt. And we did hear it is to be coming. I know that was one of the questions Solve had for Jason Rodder when we had him on. That's another technique that Solve is super excited for. And I hear your point. And I want to get Fonz in because I know, Fonz, me and you've always talked, about the next generation consoles. We've talked about how, 60 frames is so important at this point. We're at a point, brother, where it's like, we ain't trying to go back to that filmic Jez Corden gaming that Jez like. We want that 60, that butter smooth all the time. And let's be honest, like, for the most part, the generation has provided that. But there are some exceptions where we go, man, what happened? You know what I'm saying? Like, why couldn't that get? And especially, like, to Mad's point, I'm looking at the Series S, right? And, them trying to figure out. During the time, we kept hearing the tools, and all that good stuff. So, like, what about this technology? Like, does this excite you when you hear this kind of stuff? Or, not too much? Okay.
Of course. Any type of innovation that gets pushed and pushes these games to the next level is something that I'm all for, man. I mean, we start from the days, we come from the days of like, being a square and, on the screen and you're basically just, it's like we've seen this industry grow over the years, over the generations. And I like to see that growth continue. And with this kind of technology, you got guys like Todd Howard who love that 30 frames filmic, like, right?
No disrespect to God, Howard.
Jez Corden. And the thing is like, that's one of the things that when I look at Starfield, I'm like, okay, so with this tech, you can basically have it look like that, but push those frames up to 60. Get that 60 frames
You're not
in there.
feeling Todd's vision, Fonz.
I'm not feeling that vision
sensing
at all.
something here.
Yeah.
To
Him
be
and Ryan
honest,
McCaffrey, I'm not feeling that 30 frames, man. And but
I don't know.
I'm a man who wants to play high frame rate in all my games. I don't care what it is. It could be Uno. I want high frame rate.
With the high performance mode in Uno.
I want that in every game. I don't care. Like, some people are like, I'm fine with it in this game. And I'm like, no. We're not doing that. That's whack, okay?
I say whack. It really hurt.
High frame rates. I mean, this is, to me, the frame rates are next gen. I mean, because in the console space anyway. I know PC's had it all out, but shut up, PC Master Race. I'm tired of hearing about y'all, and your frames.
Leave Madz alone.
But
disrespect.
Put respect on Madz. That's right, Madz. You talk to him.
They were right about that. You know, frame rates are are king here. You know, and that's what I need. And so, I'm really excited for this, and that's why I hope that this really gets implemented into games. I hope that the developers utilize this, because let's be honest, they don't seem to use all the tech right now that was available since the start of the generation with the Series X.
Right.
And I scratch my head over it, but then I'm thinking, well, maybe they start off using, the PS5 as a development, start, and then they port over to the X or something. I don't know. Maybe things will change now that the X is selling well, the S is selling well, and they'll start to implement this stuff, because this is where, a lot of people are going to buy your games.
Hey,
Fonz. This well.
Yeah. Hey, Fonz. You saying that they out here outselling these dudes and they're not even using all the tools?
They're not. And I know a lot of people hate that. Oh, the tools. But it's the truth. They haven't been using all the tools for these things, for these consoles. So I'm excited. I'll be more excited when I see it finally getting implemented.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
Attic, you was going to jump, before I give it to Kid, Attic, you was going to jump in on something Fonz said specifically.
I can't remember.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. KidSmove, I got to ask you, man. You hear about FSR 2.0. We hear about, it being implemented on Xbox initially. I don't know. And Madz, you could correct me. From my understanding, FSR is open source. So theoretically, it should be able to be on PlayStation, but we know the Xbox was designed.
It will be. The whole AMD Fidelity FX is on PlayStation, and that will be on PlayStation as well. It's just Sony, as always, is like very hush about these kind of things. So I think the only difference is that like Microsoft made it official and built that into the
with it in mind, right? That's the vibe I got.
Software development kit. While PlayStation, it may be, I don't know. Actually, we don't know how that works on PlayStation because they don't
disclose. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
It's all built into the SSD.
King started. Anyway,
they fast with it.
She ridiculous. So, Kid, like when you hear about this type of technology, does this type of stuff excite you for next generation gaming, or is it something like you got to wait and see? And then I know we've had ray tracing discussions with you in the past, and as far as the resources there, like does any of this excite you for next generation game development?
It excites me to know that it's there and it's capable, but I get more excited when I hear about devs actually using it.
Yeah,
so
implementation. But they said it's in the kits now. Jason Rob put the ticket.
It'd be great, for example, like, I would like for the Bethesda official Twitter page, like we have partnered with AMD to use FSR 2.0 to ensure we get 60 frames per second on Starfield. If they said something like that, that would be extremely like, okay, well, like, because there's studios, right? I think the tech that like stuff like FSR and all this stuff that's in these that's in the Xbox and stuff will be primed for Todd Howard like games. He doesn't focus on like performance and stuff like that. He wants to capture on that fidelity and the visuals and stuff like that. And there's these tools that are there that was like, okay, do you, and then your tech team, they can use these other tools to get this game to performing, to be a high performant game and whatnot. But, so it's like, it's cool to know that it exists. I just hate knowing that those things are there. And I'll play a game and I'm like, really? This is like all this stuff that's in here. You still can't get this. Like, what are you not using? And then I know some developers and teams are kind of hell bent on the technology that they already have in-house that does their own interpolation and upscaling techniques that works best for what they're trying to target, but it may not be the best outcome. But some people are just more, relying on the tools that they're using in-house or Unreal. So
I feel that.
I got to say one thing to Todd Howard. Todd Howard, if you're listening to this, which, who knows? It's the ILP here. So
salute to God.
But if you're listening to this,
Todd Howard, if you're listening to this, man, hit us up, man. We want you on the show.
Yes.
Listen, ain't nobody out there playing your games for its graphics. Nobody's playing your games for that detail within your world, okay? We're playing those games for those RPG
You're wrong.
And the narrative.
Ooh, Jez says you're wrong.
Oh, no, I'm not wrong, Jez. I've never looked at a Fallout game or an Elder Scrolls and
Well,
go,
you
this
said
looks
nobody,
amazing.
not you. You said
Thing is,
nobody.
No, nobody is.
Get him,
No.
Jez.
We love the RPG elements in the game. We love the narratives. We love diving into that universe. But we don't look at those graphics and think, that's amazing. We don't.
But that's why it's 30.
don't. Not since.
That's why it's 30.
That's why it's 30? Look it down,
Look at
Jez.
it that way. That's because Todd
No other
Howard feels
game.
that way.
Let me hear this. Let Jez preach.
No other game lets you interact with every single object in the world. Like every single like bullet on the floor.
Oh, that's
you
interaction.
pick it up
I'm talking about the way it looks when you pick up that cup.
That
I'm talking about the way it looks when you see
an
that
ugly
face.
cup. I can touch it.
But that has performance overheads, right? Like if
Oh,
like
of course
you play
it
like the
does,
Outer
but-
Worlds. If you play the Outer Worlds, it's 4K, it's 60, it's gorgeous. But everything is flat. Everything's a static object. It's like art stuck on the background. But in a game like Skyrim and Starfield and stuff, that every object is a real object, you know, and you shoot a rocket in a room full of melons and the melons fly all over the place because it's the trade-off.
Got fruit physics.
Yeah. It's got everything.
Yeah.
Physics.
No,
Every
I'm with you on
NPC
that, Jez.
and-
I agree with you on those kind of details when it comes to interaction. But nobody is playing those games for the visuals.
Yeah, but let's be
telling
real
you,
here,
nobody.
Fonz. I will agree with you. I've always been the kind of person that, you know, because I'm a huge Bethesda fan. Like, when it comes to, I expect their games to look good, but I don't expect them to be eye gauging. You know what I'm saying?
Me
Like,
too. Me too.
But I will say, if you popped in that Starfield and it was looking like Fallout 3, you would scratch your head. Like,
Here's the thing about Starfield, though. I was one of the ones who, as a Bethesda fan, as somebody who played all their other games, except for Fallout 76. I don't touch that game. But I love their games, and I could tell right away the visual jump, the leap from Fallout 4 to Starfield. I hate the fact that so many people bagged on that game, and I'm like, what's wrong? For Bethesda, for those developers, that looks awesome. That looks awesome.
And I feel you, but I said on the show multiple times, I've said, we live in an age where gameplay is secondary thought when it comes to revealing product. And you know, I'm right there with you. I prefer gameplay over everything else, and I thought the game looked good. It's just I do understand where people are coming from when you look at a next gen only game, a Series X and S game. People did expect a little bit more of a leap because this isn't just their next game; it's
For
the
Bethesda?
first Series S and X game.
For Bethesda, though, each developer
It doesn't matter
team,
what studio it is.
they all focus on different aspects with their games. You've got Naughty Dog, who does great with the mechanics, but their visuals are stunning. You've got other studios, like, that's what I hate, when people compare facial hair on Aloy to a Bethesda game.
But that's the loud minority that we need to stop giving vocal.
There's also, here's the thing. There's also things like Jez was talking about that Bethesda does way better in the fact that everything is interactive, which on The Last of Us 2, not everything is interactive.
And I
that
feel
kind of
you.
stuff.
I
They're
feel
all
you,
different.
Fonz.
You can't compare all these developers. They're all different. They all focus on different things, and they all do something great. Respect them.
And I feel you, Fonz. But I think we can both agree that comes after the game comes out. As of right now, it is if the game looks visually appealing. That's what's going on
that's
right
what's
now.
sad. When you see
it's sad, but it's just how
but
it
here's
is.
the thing. When you see a Bethesda trailer, a Bethesda game doesn't translate through trailers, okay? Because a Bethesda game is much more than a freaking graphics, intensive trailer. A Bethesda game is all about that narrative, all about that,
and that is stuff
interactivity
that
and
comes
stuff.
out
You
after
can't
the
really
game has
show that.
released, and you
can't really show that.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're at a positioning in the marketing and in the duration of the game where it's about what you see on the screen, not what you play. Like
we're just
you
hearing
can
a
show
lot of
off
fanboy nonsense. That's what we're hearing, really. When it comes down to all that narrative about the look of a Bethesda game, the look of Starfield stems from all the fanboys. And you know what? The media, they just they decide to pull that in just to get clicks and views. So they decide to write articles based on that stuff. Starfield's ugly. When in reality, they know damn well it's not ugly, but they want those clicks from these people that are putting it out there that are just fanboys. Like, Bethesda fans are happy with this game.
I'm not saying
fans
that
are happy with the way it looks.
Fonz, I'm not saying that you're wrong.
No,
I'm saying that
This
we
was funny.
live in a world where people see before they do anything with the game. Like they,
We live in a world with a lot of stupid people too. That's
that's fair. But it's like I said, like people will look at a game, like look where a lot of people won't watch old movies because there's no special effects in them. There's a lot of that going around, and you keep in mind that we even me, I'm 30. Like they're trying to demographic this to the younger generation.
You're saying things that I totally understand. My point with all this is that I don't like developers being compared to other developers when they make totally different genres, totally different
games.
Yeah,
that's where I'm in alignment with both of you in the sense that some of these comparisons I feel are bad faith comparison based on the genre of the game. And that's when, to me, it exposes the intent or the fact that, okay, you just told me you really don't play No Man's Sky. You really don't play Starfield. I mean, you don't play Bethesda games, right? Because at the end of the day, we understand the algorithms involved. We understand, like Jez is saying, the NPC involvement, the interaction, the law system, the justice system. You interact with one thing and that weight carries over the questing, the logging. You know what I'm saying? It's way more than that. But I understand your point at it. The problem with Twitter, which is sometimes
it's an industry problem too. It's not like a console.
No,
problem.
I agree. And where it comes down to is it's a very very free facing, like what you see immediately, and I'm comparing it to something else I see immediately, and that's where I think until you play the games, you see the difference. And some of it I do think is bad faith. Now, in defense, there are some people who legitimately, I want to be fair, there are some people who are legitimately look at Starfield and say, you know what? It ain't looking all that for me for something I waited for a next generation. Sure. And that's fair. All I'm saying is let's play the game. Let's understand the scope of the game, right? Because the scope, until you could tell me another game that is attempting all of these things this game is attempting with ship combat and colonies and thousands of planets and all this other stuff and a full-fledged quest game of 30 to something hours, then we can have that conversation. But I feel what y'all saying. I definitely want to understand that. Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that we just had is one of the reasons developers have a hard time showing us games before it comes out, because they know that people won't take it to that, like, this is an early build, this is still in development. They're going to look at that and be like, yo, that's the game.
Well, yeah,
like,
and to the fans' credit, whatever you show someone, expect to get criticized on some level too. You know what I mean? They own the right to have that opinion. But I do want to open this up because I know we got
Bethesda's never been one of those that showcased well.
Yeah, they have
trailers. And honestly, when you think about their games too, again, we go back to the whole detail aspect, that they really put into their games and the narrative, and that doesn't translate with a trailer. It never will for them. I mean, and I did see a lot better visuals in this. Yes, there were some visuals that were kind of pancaked, like some of those trees and stuff. That I didn't care for. But their face models, I thought they looked a lot better than their older face models.
They did, and for the people,
I thought their animations were even better than the other games were, and I even thought the lighting was really good. So I saw some improvement.
They did, and for the people that like zoom in times 100 to see inconsistencies, and it's like those are the small loud minority that, like, we just got to act like they don't exist, because the moment you give them vocal opinions and you talk about them on shows and stuff, and like that's what they want. They want that power because they want that acknowledgement that their words meant something. It's like, look, when I went into Starfield, I've always said I want good world building, good interactions, good world immersion, and like, look, like the game, I've always felt like Bethesda games always looked above average to what's going on in the industry right now. They've never looked amazing, but they've never looked hot garbage either. It's like, it's something that's like, yo, I could play this. This looks good, but it's never anything that you could put up to like the top game and they be anything close. But that's okay, because what they lack in that fidelity, they always have in everything else.
In RPG mechanics, gameplay, I completely understand. I want to get King in because he's been patient. King, when you hear about, I know we got sidetracked. When you hear about this tech, you know what I'm saying, the FSR2
and what it could potentially do for resolution, frame rates, and things that looks like Xbox is implementing first, at least, and has it, with the system in mind. Like, does that excite you? What do you feel about this type of stuff?
Well, I just want to let everybody know Microsoft has put out the mandate that we all use FSR. So I'm using it right now.
You utilize it on your Zoom call.
Yeah. So I just want y'all to understand.
So you use a higher resolution on yourself, and then you blacked out the textures in the back. Oh, okay.
That's what happens. I'm actually crazy. The world outside is machine learning as we speak right now.
What you talking about?
So you guys, you could actually see me in a higher fidelity.
Shout out to the Zoom implementation of FSR2 and King. The collaboration, I see.
I'm on 60 frames per second, Tom. We outside. I'm glad that, Jason Ronald and the team put in inside the dev kits. And this is what I told y'all before. This is the best part about everything. It's the gift that keeps on giving. All this stuff is geared to make little man do what little man's supposed to do. All right, so if you get a 1080p visual off of little man, right? And I know you guys say 1080p, kid, come on. You don't even got a 4K TV. Shut up. What? You at the 1080p. We already know you the TCL dude. We marketed. This is marketing 101. We go to the least common denominator, and that is
we go to the masters of TCL. That's what we doing.
So what they said was they looked at their
gonna
game.
really hit us with a cease and desist.
Yeah, we definitely
they better come hard. Pause.
Man, it's gonna be Paris going to investigate us. He down with them.
So the fact of the matter is this, right? These dudes keep capping. All this stuff is for little man to make, because we already know the X can do all he's supposed to do.
I agree with him.
Do it all natty, right? So everybody's been sitting there saying, "Oh man, how can we get little man, to actually keep up?" Well, here we go, right?
Don't you think, King, real quick, that these implements are put in for later gen games to make sure they can always meet the demand of the console, to make sure it comes out at 60?
Well, I think that all the future proofing that they did put inside the dev kits, and why the dev kits was behind, it was because they was trying to make sure that the tools that they give to their community is actually going to stand the test of time. I'm not a developer, right? And I'm not going to sit here and say, the developer tools for the PlayStation is a whole lot easier than it is for the Xbox. I don't know, and I don't care. What I do know is that they have a lot more cross-generation games, and to me, it's just like, okay, so we maximize them and put them up on higher platform of the PlayStation 5, and the PlayStation 4 is what they're concerned about, right? So when Microsoft said they was going to support their console for 2 years, dudes flipping out, getting ridiculous about it, right? But then PlayStation came and said, we're going to support for 5 years, right? And why? Because the development tools is a whole lot friendlier when they supporting the PlayStation 4. And good, whatever happens. I don't care if they get FSR. I don't care about that stuff. As long as it makes the games look better and run better. But what I think Microsoft's plan is to give little man the ability to continue to evolve and compete with the other consoles, right? At a low resolution. The resolution looks good. The frame rate looks fantastic. So if it can stay at 60 frames per second and give you a 1080p or 1440p image, and without you noticing what it's doing in the background, because we don't really care. All we want is stability at all times, right?
Preach.
So what we thought going into this generation, and Microsoft is the ones that are actually putting their foot down in the sand, because next year is the cutoff point. It's going to be future and on, and it's not going to be cross-generation games. It's going to be get down and lay down type of thing, and the cloud base is going to be for the other stuff. Little man has to be able to continue to keep up pace. So 60 frames per second, 1080p image, 1440p image if you're lucky, performance modes and stuff like that in the box. That's a hell of a value. They dropped the price of the console down like $50, $250. You get it for $250. You walk inside the door. Your fan takes you out the door. You know that you have a machine that's not just here for the short term, that is going to be here for the whole duration, and that whole stuff that the Series S is holding back. Think about this.
That's a good point.
The Series S has tech inside the box that allows it to compete with the next gen or current gen consoles, right? Because it's a current gen console. The PlayStation 4 does not have said tech.
My God.
Here we go.
Right?
Here we go.
That tech is not there, right? So
We were doing so
We
good.
were doing so well.
You know,
Here it
hey, you
comes.
know I got to double back and bust them upside the head every time I get a chance. I'm a double back and bust them upside the head. You're not gonna get an unbiased conversation from me when it comes to
At least
this.
you're
right?
transparent with how you feel.
And people
Right.
wonder, wonder why when we read the super chats, people love throwing out an Xbox
Xbox
podcast.
podcast. Oh yeah, this is why.
Say
Continue.
whatever
I
you
gave
wanna
up. I
say.
gave up on it. We
I
an
don't fight
Xbox
it no more. King
podcast.
just- yeah,
At the
puts us in
same
this
time, somebody is holding us back.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm not gonna say who the person is, PlayStation 4. But what I will say is soon you're gonna start seeing little man compete on a level that is equal to the current gen consoles. And it's fantastic to see that they're actually thinking about. I think all of this stuff was thought about with little man.
That's why I wanted to jump in.
be
That's
honest
why,
with
that's why I wanted to jump in. I'll make mine quick. Yeah, I agree with pretty much the panel here. You know, from a next gen standpoint, these are the type of things that excite me. I do like that Xbox. Again, shout out to Jason Round and the team. Is that they built their system with a lot of future proofing in mind. And that's the thing that excites me. You love to hear about this. So, like what Attic is saying, later in the generation, you start to see the benefits. And I love when you go through a console.
Tools.
Yeah, tools. Shout out to the tools.
Yep,
Feels like they
tools.
built it with the ideal that it would evolve.
Yes.
Like they left plenty of things where it could do anything they want to.
Yeah, and to me, that's exciting because I love when you look back at a generation and you look at the end of the generation and you go, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Look how impressive this is. Like, I remember the end of the 360 generation and seeing like a Halo 4, and you're like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is really impressive. And that to me is when things evolve and mature. And to me, that extends the generation. So you don't necessarily have to rush out, you know, for the new console. We know another console, most likely generation will start, but to me, that extends the life of it. What I'm hearing.
PlayStation.
Yes, King, I know how you.
It's over.
Yes, King.
But they're doing this fight right now with one hand tied behind the back. So when think about, I see y'all guys don't really get it when I say it's over. Last PlayStation, you're gonna be an app later. I'm telling you, when the constraints is off,
yes,
and they say, all right, give them everything we got. Take that cloud
Who gonna say
off.
this?
Take that cloud off and put it out there. We no longer in beta. We outside now. When they say we outside, when you start seeing commercials say XCloud is outside,
that's the code word. That's Order 66. That's it.
Over.
Okay.
That's Order 66. They gonna tell Jez. You're gonna see it's gonna be one tweet from Jez. And it's gonna say it has begun.
Has begun.
This is Mortal Kombat.
and y'all gonna see all the Jedi get rounded up. and it's gonna happen, and you guys turn around and know that
hold on.
Empire won.
We got to make this fun, King. Okay, the order is 6016. Who's Obi? Who's Obi-Wan? Who's living by a landmine?
Jim Dance Moves Ryan is Obi-Wan.
He holds it on.
Obi-Wan right now. He outside right now.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I'm gonna tell you right now, they're gonna catch them all. They're gonna catch them like Pokemon. And it's gonna be a wrap. I told y'all. Listen, you gonna see it's gonna be a tweet for all those people in the know in the background.
Okay, so it's gonna be a cryptic.
It's gonna be a tweet. You're gonna see, and it's all gonna come from Jeff. Grubb.
Jeff is gonna be the source.
It's gonna come from Indie Sloth. It's gonna come from Jez. And they all gonna say the same tweet.
King,
it has begun.
So are we saying?
Ridiculous.
So are we saying that Microsoft is the Republic?
Yes, I am saying this.
So hold on. I got a question for you, King. If Microsoft's
They're
the
gonna crush the
Republic,
Oh, so Microsoft's really the evil empire with the money, with the thing. Oh, okay.
First of all, if you played any of the Battlefield games, I mean, y'all know that there's different sides to every story, man. Sometimes
King, you know what's going on.
I love how about that got hijacked with this.
I'm gonna throw this out there, man. Phil Spencer is the Emperor, and you're Darth Vader.
Ridiculous. Anyway, like I was saying before we broke into Star Wars references,
I'm just saying.
Look, according to, I agree with the Series S being the factor, because I do think they envision that as the top seller. I think that was part of the design in mind for them, as them being the number one.
After that cheap dude.
Yeah,
The dude, all those PlayStation dudes that was $100 cheaper, and you're not gonna cap. I know you dudes. You walked in the store, you saw 500 versus 4, and you said, I don't want that, I want that. And I know how it went down. So we got you boxed in right now. It's cheaper, and that's why it's selling. And y'all can't take it away from me, because I told you it was going to happen.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
thank
I
you.
do apologize.
No,
this is a very good day.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Madz.
Can I chime in on
yes,
something
please.
real quick?
Please,
because, like, I mean, I know that may not be the best metric for.
But no, it's the amazing metric. We're not going to act like it's not an amazing metric.
No.
Go ahead,
No,
Madz.
I'm talking about the thing that I'm about to say.
Go for it.
Because there's this YouTube channel. I think he's called like AJ Gaming or something like that. He does these like benchmarks on the consoles as well.
Okay.
And like if you look at Digital Foundry and many other, they show frames and they talk about resolution. But this guy in particular, he shows the power usage as well. And there's always obviously power limit on these chips and that kind of stuff. But obviously the more you tap into all the resources of the chip, the more power you use, right? And like I think that was Gears 5 or something, was using like 220 watts or something like that, during like normal gameplay.
Normal gameplay usage.
And most games right now, and that was like first party game, they said that they are using a lot of these like next gen architecture already. They were like playing with it.
Yeah.
Not to a full extent, but that game was using like 220 or close watts during the gameplay. Most games these days, like when he tests these games, are running around 160, 70 and stuff. So that that goes to show that a lot of stuff that is in that chip is still not being fully used, right? So like this, and funny enough, like Xbox Series S is using like 60 or watts and something like that. So I know that it's not the best metric per se, but it just goes to show that a lot of small components that are built, like to really like boost all these games and that kind of stuff are not like even used at all.
Yeah.
You gotta stop giving me this ammo.
Oh God.
This is what I'm talking about. See, he just gave me another bullet for the chamber. He just told me that little man ain't even using all his Yo, so little man is in the gym doing one arm 90-pound curls, and he's looking over and he's only at 60 hertz, and he's just like, imagine if I really use all my power.
Microsoft has so many more things in the wings. Like they have exclusivity to all the OpenAI machine learning stuff. Like they invested $1 billion into OpenAI, and which is why like GitHub and Visual Code now, you can ask a robot to finish your code executions for you. Stuff like this is going to speed up the pace of development exponentially. Like you'll be able to ask AI like to animate stuff for you and generate art for you and generate assets. Like it's still going to be like most stuff's going to be handcrafted, right?
Yeah.
But like if you can free up a developer from having to animate a rat or something, or write the AI for some background mob or something that doesn't really matter, but adds some ambience, it's going to really ramp up the pace of development. And Microsoft has exclusive rights to commercial applications for everything that OpenAI is developing. So,
Jez, what are you doing here? What are you doing? You're bringing mad cookies for me to eat, and you just told me Microsoft is Skynet.
I'm telling you, if any company you can't talk unless out there that makes Skynet, it's going to be Microsoft.
It's going to be Microsoft.
King, the chat has requested that you can't talk unless you sound like Darth Vader. I'm the person passing. Someone said that your Emperor Palpatine and Phil Spencer's Darth Vader.
He said yes, it's going according to plan.
Like I was saying, so finishing my thought.
Sorry.
So look, it's impressive. It's impressive stuff. I like I said, love future proofing. I want to shout out PC Gamer that had a good point. They said that I believe RDNA 2 is cited as running FSR 2 better than other GPU architectures, and that's something again Microsoft had the foresight to really go with their system, and I love that.
RDNA 2.
Yes.
That's inside the boxes, right?
Yes. So here we go.
But King,
boxes.
PlayStation 5 is using RDNA 3. Remember? So.
Oh yeah, remember?
Careful.
Put them on top of each other and duct tape them.
So like
that would be RDNA 4 then.
I'm never gonna get my balls off today. I'm never gonna get my balls off.
No, but go ahead.
If you put one on the other, that's going to be like RDNA 5 already.
But you can't have two. You can't have two of those fast SSDs together in the same room.
Yes. So now that we're done with that,
sorry.
and the PlayStation's architecture. Yeah, look, my main thing, and Fonz attest, is one of the main things that excites me about the next generation when it was announced was the ray tracing thing. But when I started to learn more about it and see how much of a resource hog it is, it really turned me off. Because I'm like, damn, when you see like with ray tracing on and you see where the frames go, and Fonz, how our face does when the frames go. So I was just like, so now when I hear about this, and I know machine learning is not implemented yet, and that's something else is additional. But when I hear about tech like this excites me, and to see the adoption rate is impressive. Like Madz said, we see with Deathloop in the games that already have FSR 1.0, and from my understanding, it's a pretty easy implementation.
Wait, you said Deathloop has FSR 1.0? Mm-hmm. So by the time it gets to us,
but on PC,
2.0 on PC.
So by the time we get to the Microsoft console, it'll have the 2.0?
Yes, and theoretically,
okay.
Yes.
And with everything else built. Okay. I'm just I like
being observant. Okay.
You know what, King, like, I'm going to go with my analogy. Microsoft building the Death Star. Like
they are. And they're going to hear, it's not a moon. It's not a moon.
Ridiculous.
Fire.
Ridiculous. Anyway, so look, it's impressive. Like I said, my main thing is for the older games that miss the 60 frames per second target, particularly on Little Man, that would be cool if those could go back and implement it. Yeah. And that's it. Exciting tech. I can't wait for the future, and I'm glad that they had this in mind with the tech. So I am going to move on because King's never going to stop. God of War Ragnarok, man, or we got super chats ready?
About to get worse.
Yeah, we got super chats ready.
All right, let's go.
All right, so it does look like be looking at the chat, King. You're gonna read his super chat.
Kelly?
Just super chat.
Yeah, he back.
When we get to
Free R. Kelly's
They gave
back.
him his allowance for the week. We got a $5 super chat from Donna talking. Skyward Sword is the second best 3D Zelda behind Breath of the Wild. Don't at me. I wouldn't go that. I actually think it's better than Breath of the Wild. But that's just me.
Wow.
Got a $5 super chat from Captain Logan. Xbox Power pushing the native 4Ks. The AMD news pushing the idea that native 4K isn't the end goal and FPS is the real king. We actually have a member chat, so definitely he's been a member for 3 months. Shout out to the Lords and guests. Perfect podcast to listen to at work on the Lord's Day. Have a blessed day.
Salute.
Then we have another chat, 12 months by Dragon Heart Yobi.
Blessings.
Hashtag peace, love, life to the Lords. Keep up the great work at Fonz. Welcome back, brother. Glad to see that smile again, man.
We happy to see
you, brother. Thank you.
Don't call it a comeback. Y'all know ILP is taking over, right? No, just wait.
Oh, salute. Thank you. Could you please hit the like button, though? could you make us take over with the likes?
Sending love, the great Xbox podcast on the internet. Top 5 dead or alive, and that's just off ILP.
Oh, those are bars. Okay,
also,
salute.
Addict needs the shade.
No, he don't. We better leave him alone. He keeping that bed till Ragnarok come out, so it's gonna hit the floor.
we had a nice super chat from the Dawn CJG. The general audience just wants a cool looking game via a trailer. I feel like it's very easy to get out of touch with the average person with tech and smaller details. Then we got a $5 super chat from Switch Mitch Skates. I don't know. I don't care. Someone tell From Software that FPS I need 60 frames on Elden Ring on the Series X. I thought it was 60 frames on the Series X.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what you playing. It's not Elden Ring.
No, he got a TCL.
That's the problem.
They got reverse variable ratio.
He's probably playing. He's probably playing Bloodborne on PlayStation. Doesn't hurt. So then we got a super chat from Gamer by Choice. $5. So Xbox was Thanos with the snap and Order 66 with the Empire. Aren't both of these evil, and didn't they lose? Xbox do better. He got a point there. They do lose in that scenario, Key, but it takes them decades and generations to lose.
So we got a $5 super chat from Free R. Kelly. King, it don't matter. Nobody playing Xbox. Really, R. Kelly.
Well, 6,000 new people are playing Xbox in
Shout
Japan.
out to my people out in Japan rocking your snot box. Get back in the yard.
We got a $2 super chat. We got a $2 super chat from Flame. This is an ILP classic episode. Loving it, fellas.
Oh, salute.
That's all we got.
All right, we all caught up. Let's get it. All right, cool. Let's get it.
Now we're in the smoke.
Yeah, Addict, this your topic, man. A lot of rumors going around. The snitch is back. Talk about God of War.
First off, I don't even know exactly how we want to, because the snitch, for those of you who don't know, we got a real PlayStation Insider, man. We got a real one. Right? We don't got fake ones. We got a real one. You know, the crazy part is he's been very accurate, even with the Xbox stuff. And he posted a picture, a GIF that said God of War, and it had numbers at the bottom. It said 111000. So I'm kind of curious what you guys. So first off, there's supposed to be a state of play next week on Thursday,
which would be June
dedicated
30th.
to God of War. Keep in mind that nothing's confirmed, but at this point, if the Great Snitch says it, it's accurate. So I want to go to King first. King, looks like that God of War might come out this year. This is where you speak.
Really, it's coming out. For all you guys waiting, and next week I might be wrong, but for today I'm gonna give you Hayachi face. and when next week comes and they give you a state of play on Ragnarok DLC that's coming out next year. When they tell you gotta pay $50 more for the car and grant to pays more, and you guys, and they said, oh, we gave another patch to fix up for Horizon Forbidden West. And y'all still sitting there looking for that date, and they say 112023, and it's next year.
Well, according to the snitch, what is it?
I don't care what the snitch is saying.
The snitch been on fire.
I don't care. He ain't in my DMs. So right now, I've been on fire. I'm 97% right. Hey, snitch. I don't believe you. And next week, y'all got to show me.
You got to take that off, Fonz. That's creepy.
Yeah, that's very creepy.
Look at the face.
With
That's exactly what Kratos gonna look like.
Well, we give it to
That's the date. I'm telling you, that's the date.
That's what you're gonna look like, King, if it doesn't come out this year.
It's
that same facial expression you're gonna have if it comes out next year.
It's not. They always do the bait and switch with these dudes. They give a day, they be like, yo, yeah, we coming out. And then right before it's about to launch, we had unforeseen situations happen. And we're going to need a 4-month layoff.
They're going to pull a Bethesda, you mean?
And then you're still going to get it, and you're going to still have a day one patch. So I don't care. You're not getting it. You're going to be just like me, dry this year.
Wow.
We all going to be drinking sand together. Welcome to the desert,
Are you trying to put on your feeling on what the release date is?
Yes, I am. I don't care. If we don't have no games, you ain't got no games. Next year. See you next year. And you know what? The energy is good in the room. I like how I feel. We got Game Pass. I don't know how you gonna survive.
So I'm kind of like just to clarify, King. I personally would want God of War to come out this year.
I don't want.
Why you don't want a good game to come out?
If I can't eat in my restaurant, I want nobody eating either.
Why they can't have that game?
You know what it is? You want to sit here and play that kumbaya stuff. Oh, it's great for gaming. No, it ain't great for me. Next year, I'm able to talk more crap. I'm able to talk more crap if it slips. So if the snitch is wrong, then I come out on the snitch, and then I can super chat myself and say, I bodied the snitch.
So okay, hold up.
Here
King,
trying to body my
King.
man Jez. I want to body the snitch.
King, I got a question to you, like real on this series. If we talking from like the perspective of Xbox coverage versus PlayStation coverage, would it make more sense for PlayStation to release a game not around Starfield or fall?
They don't ever. They always fall over their feet. They did that same thing on Horizon. They get their hubris, and then they think they right.
I just feel like
hold on. We got another trusted insider, my man, Lord Tom Henderson's in the chat. God of War is this year.
Yeah, okay,
someone's knees will be going.
Tom, I'm about to you too.
Tom is the legend.
You're not that Tom. I'm bodying you too. I'm putting myself out there.
Okay.
I'm bodying.
Your knees is on the line.
You know what's crazy?
Your knees. Are you putting your knees on this?
You putting the
Are you putting your knees on this? Yeah, exactly. He ain't putting his knees on.
I'm asking for it. How about that? Tom, I got you. I'm asking for it.
I want you. Okay, no doubt.
Oh, knees.
Me and you. See, this is the problem. I lose. I'm just gonna be like, whatever. You lose. The weight of this is gonna lean on you, type heavy. Because for the rest of the year, for the rest of the year, remember what I did to your man Jay Barry.
You know what, King? I've been eating right. I've been excellent. You gonna get
lean
knees,
so when you get down on your knees, all that protein and calories that you save can go to your cartilage in your knees.
Anyway, so what's the bet?
Bend the knees.
Bend the knee.
The loser has
next
to bend
week
the knee.
when the state of play come up and there's no God of War and you sitting there with high itchy face, I'm just gonna look over at you. I'm not even gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna look over at you and be like,
I'm not doing bend the knee on the state of play. I'm doing bend the knee on
God of War next year. Okay. See, they shut you down. See, next year. Listen, even your camera try to save you. They just cut it out.
So bend the knee is what? Is the state of play?
If God of War comes out this year
next year
or next year.
Okay, so you say King stays next year. Yeah, Alex says this year. Okay,
it's gonna get slaughtered by Starfield. It's gonna come out and Starfield gonna come out and body it. Yeah, I'm down with that. I'm with all that smoke.
Okay,
all of that.
Here we go. This is you heard it here first.
This is the easiest bend the knees I've ever had.
What's sad is?
Oh, hold on. I gotta break protocol. Tom Henderson with the 20-pound super chat. If it's 2022, you shave that bum fluff off your face, King. If it's 2023, hold on. Tom Henderson will donate $500 to the super chat. Let's go. We put it on the line.
Let's go.
Let's go. You gonna shave?
First of all, Tom, you don't even know who the hell that is.
you try to confirm that's not Tom.
Listen, we got to keep that above. We don't care.
Hold on, Tom, tweet the ILP account and say it's me.
Tom, what I would want, right? And I want you to do it live on air. All right? I want you to shave your whole face. Bald. Eyebrows and all right? So, okay, I'm down with all of that. Okay. You want to go after the beard. I want to go after your eyebrows. I want you out here with the smooth face. I want you when you sweat and get in your eyes and you remember me. All right? That's what I'm going for. I'm going for bald eyebrows, Tom.
So beard versus eyebrows.
I want his $500. I want his eyebrows for me.
Oh, I want the $500.
I'm going for his eyebrows.
Can we keep the $500 in?
I want his eyebrows.
Okay, so it's the eyebrows versus the beard. Tom Henderson, do you approve that it's bend the knee bet between Lord King David and
eyebrows
Tom
versus
he ain't
beard?
Gonna be there. He ain't real. You doing another one? You did another one.
He said $20. He said I'm out piece. I don't know what that means. I'm out piece. Does that mean he's
out piece because he know his eyebrows is up for sale? It's different. When you tell a dude, give me your eyebrows. See,
you scared him. That's what you did.
You
scared him out of it. Okay, that's what you said.
But when you tell a dude, I want your eyebrows, see, could you imagine this muscle face dude walking down the street with a muscle face with no eyebrows and it's hot outside, get you in the middle of the summer, it's hot, and the sweat getting your eyes and it burns, and you're going to remember me every time you did it. You're going to remember the day you crossed King. And listen, I want your eyebrows regardless. I'm still all in. I don't care if you run. I'm coming for you, Tom. Tom. I want your eyebrows.
Like maybe eyebrows was too far for Tom.
Nah,
so
that's
we'll
it.
see.
We going for eyebrows. You want to go for beard? I'm going
He'd
for your
rather
eyebrows.
spend $500 to shave his eyebrows.
He was like, I got people to see. Maybe Tom don't want that. Tom don't want to do that. And respect it, Tom, the legend. This is Harris. Okay, Brendan D broke out randomly. Lord Fonz, man. Where you at with this? God of War, the snitch is saying in binary the 30th.
Oh, I still say Tom's willing. We still do the 500 versus your beard king.
I want the eyebrows. I don't care about the money. I want his eyebrows.
He ain't gonna give you his eyebrows.
I want it live on TV. I want it shaved. Me, please. I don't want no residue. Pause.
I can't. Continue.
King don't want to shave that beard. That's what it is.
Listen, I'm a shade a bit.
No, he put it
that's
on.
The bag. We go for the eyebrows, though.
Beard
I don't
versus
care about
eyebrows.
your money. I want your skin, your eyebrows. I want it to be shown. And this is how you're gonna know who your real friends are.
Mm-hmm.
Who want to take a picture with you with your eyebrows?
You're ridiculous.
I wouldn't take a picture with you guys with your eyebrows.
You're ridiculous.
So.
Go ahead.
Face out there with
Fonz, what do you think about this, sir?
Well, I think the snitch is right. I think we'll see something on the 30th, and it'll definitely be a release date. And I think it'll be a release
Tom
date
Anderson's laughing. He's still here.
I think it'll be 11/11/2022. I think they're going to use that date. I mean, it would be kind of a shame if they didn't at this point, because honestly, that would be the biggest move.
Oh, they do it on Starfield's initial date.
Exactly. 11/11/22.
That's
and
disrespect.
if I was PlayStation, I'd be that petty.
That's petty.
And, I would do
Smack King all in the mouth on your day.
The funniest
Drop
thing
the
is,
album
I
of
listen
Yokes.
to everybody. We all be wanting them to do all types of wild stuff. It just never happened. And it's
No, it hasn't. But I mean, what date are they going to choose? I mean, this kind of makes sense too in the fact that Starfield's no longer coming out. It makes sense because October's got a few games coming out, and I'm not saying they would compete with God of War, but hey, there's stuff there. But in November, there's really nothing there.
Okay, no, this is a hot one. Lord Jez, PlayStation Insider. Is Jez still here? Did he dip out for a second? I don't see Jez no more. Hopefully Jez come back. Maybe step away for a little bit. But until Jez comes back, Lord Madz, man, what do you feel about this God of War Ragnarok? Do you think the snitch might be on to something, state of play this year? Or you with King that, not thinking it's coming?
Yeah, I mean, he was right many times before, so why not this time around, right? So, yeah, I mean, it looks like looks like they will show God of War on 30th, and who knows? Maybe they will announce the release date for this year. Who knows, right? I mean, if that game is really coming out this year, they really need to start talking about it, showing it, promoting it, and that kind of stuff now. It's actually interesting that Fonz mentioned November, but it's I'm kind of that would be interesting because maybe unusual even for PlayStation, because when was the last time they released any big title in November?
Madz, you took my point. Damn.
Because
good point.
Yeah, I mean because the thing is they were, and when Call of Duty is coming out, is it October
Probably
or
November, right?
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't necessarily I don't necessarily agree with Fonz on the release date. So 11/11, maybe September. I mean, this game has been
too soon. It's already.
It's too soon. Here's the thing. Usually, even Sony, even Sony, they delay games all the time. So announcements mean nothing. But you have to announce games at least a few months out before they drop. I mean, you have to start the marketing hype and everything like that. That's just business 101. I don't see them saying, hey, on the 30th next week saying, hey, it comes out in 2 months. I think that's too early. I think they have to put it out there at least.
Let me ask you this to Mad's point, though, Fonz. One thing that I kind of do side with Madz on is that they like to be part of the Video Game Awards discussion. They want their games to be celebrated. We've heard, internally, they like to line it up. And November's really cutting it. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, though? It's cutting it, but at the same time, You know the Keeleys, what they're all about, bro. Come on. Come on. Are we really doing this? Every Sony game pretty much gets, a nod.
But I know where you go. I'm not going. I know where you go. And
this isn't a big, huge like RPG that you have to spend 75 hours on.
Okay.
I mean, people are going to get through this pretty quickly, especially journalists and stuff. They're going to have their 8s, 9s, 10s.
So you think November still makes that cutoff to be included in the Game Awards for God of War if it's 11/11?
It's still safe for them.
What about Call of Duty? I mean, it's they still got marketing rights for that, so they will be pushing a lot of consoles thanks to Call of Duty. So would that make sense to release another banger around that time?
I don't think it would really affect PlayStation exclusives like that. Not something to the effect of God of War anyway.
Let's see if it happens. Let's let them go day and date with that. Let's see what happens.
Well, COD of Wars. COD is always gonna,
Tom Henderson's still here. COD is in
sales,
October, so it would still align with you, Fonz, that it wouldn't conflict.
October, yeah, it could be October, but I'm just saying, I'm petty. If I was PlayStation, 11/11,
smack him in the mouth.
Do it.
Boom.
Look, I like to see competition. That's what I like as a gamer.
Ultimate disrespect.
Tom, you in that chat, man. You in that chat. Do you and your expertise think they would drop that on 11/11? Like, I'm curious what Tom got.
Yeah, let's all get there. But while we're doing that, Madz, finish your thought, and then I gotta get Jeff.
I'm just saying that I just don't. I mean, I have no obviously insider knowledge on it. I just think that God of War would may. I mean, if Call of Duty wasn't being promoted by Sony, if they haven't had marketing rights for Call of Duty, maybe that would be a different story. But pushing one game after the other, even though Call of Duty is not an exclusive, but they when they advertise it, they make it hey, it's on PlayStation only and that kind of stuff. So. Would you want to have interest taken away from their game? I just don't feel it.
No, fair enough. Tom,
Call of Duty is supposed to come out in October, end of October.
Yeah, shout out to Lord Tom. He said he doesn't have no idea to answer your question, Addict, and he's laughing. And then he said mid-November will be consistent with some marketing plans, though. Lord Jez, man, I know you're not necessarily, involved with the PlayStation ecosystem as much, but what do you think about this potential rumor from the snitch and 11/11 and not maybe June 30th for the state of play? What do you think, Jez? I see you back. Jez is still muted. Oh, there he is.
What do I think?
Yes,
I think great.
All right, so put it this way in Xbox terms, because I know you don't really mess with it. Do you think? I know you don't care. I know you don't. But my question is, do you think if let's say it is 11/11, is that a little bit disrespectful? Isn't that just a
I think it's just funny, because if they sort of pull something that petty. It's going to look very silly in the next 5 years when they start getting completely obliterated.
Oh!
And that's I see. When it said it has begun, Jez. I told you, he on my time. I told you. Listen, Jez.
It's true.
Jez, before we got here.
I don't think they do something this petty because it's just going to end up looking silly in the next few years.
So 11/11 is too far.
If they're picking that day, they're picking it because they think it's a good day. I think personally, I don't think it'd be.
No, if they pick 11/11, it's petty.
That's personal. That's
if they pick 11/11, that's pettiness.
Yeah. That's old PlayStation. We talk about Jim here. Jim not looking at what y'all talking about.
All right.
Imagine somebody from PlayStation announcing that that game coming out on 11/11, and they will say that it just works.
Don't do it. They have a brown leather jacket on. They have a brown leather when they say it. Oh boy,
it'd be crazy, right? And imagine Phil coming out saying the deal is done with Activision and no more Call of Duty for you. It just feel good. It just feel right.
It just feels right.
He look you in your face and say, "Sue me."
I can't. KidSmove real quick. God of War, man. 11/11.
11/11?
The snitch is outside. Not 11/11. June 30th. State of play.
I think state of play happens June 30th with God of War.
Announced.
But I think it the only space for it to release, honestly, this year would be November. So 11/11, I'd be like, yo, that's kind of wrong. But it is what it is. Microsoft doesn't own the date. It was just
in the face.
But I think we get an extended state of play just for them to tell us is releasing like February 4th or something like that.
Oh, so you think they might get the what King said? We tell you it's coming, but we needed more development time and then a later date, kind of like what they did.
Not think that'll happen.
February 3rd or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think a delay will happen because Cory Barlog keeps replying to people saying it's not coming out this year, and he's like, "Oh, really?" You know, he's always
he's outside. Cory Barlog's outside.
Yeah.
We gotta see. All right, it's gonna be interesting.
Reuse assets. It better be. Supposed to have been here a long time ago.
That's all I got. Well, yeah, I Attic. I got you. That's why I said Attic, and then we get about it on this topic.
Yeah, I've always been very vocal about, unless they're going to break their November thing, that it wasn't coming out this year. But I kind of been pulling away from that because these devs are just too out there. Like if one person breaks silence and they didn't, and that game wasn't coming out this year, I feel like Sony would tighten the leash on everyone else so fast. But it's just like we've had an art designer say, we've had Cory Barlog might as well be coming out here saying it. We got marketing for accessibility stuff. We got leaked rumors. We got the Snitch saying it. What else got to happen? Does someone got to leak the game?
King got to say it.
Well, the Snitch, in fairness, the Snitch did say the date in binary for the state of play, but not necessarily the date for the game itself.
But you got to put them together. Like you got the Snitch saying when the state of play is, and then you got Cory Barlog making fun of people saying it's not coming out this year. Yeah. You got multiple people working for St. Monica, whatever their name is. I know people.
Sony Santa Monica.
He said
St. Monica.
Whatever. You got multiple
That's
people.
where the God of War coming from, St. Monica.
You got multiple people saying that it's coming out this year. I hope it comes out this year because
I do too.
I'm dying from thirst.
I want Popeye biscuits for everybody. So the hell with it. You want a third party it to next year, just like me. Popeye biscuits.
The real question is it coming to PC?
Day and date.
Oh, that's a good question.
Day and date is gonna hit the deck. Y'all gonna be bad as hell.
Yeah.
That's what it's about on the 30th. They're gonna tell you it's coming to PC day.
It's ridiculous. Well, according to Tom, the Snitch didn't say state of play. He said something else. We will see.
I mean, we'll see. My thing is, man, after all this, I guess I'm gonna have to stream that state of play now because if the release date's at the end, we got all this all on the live for it, man. We're probably gonna. I will be streaming that.
I'll be right there with him.
I'll try to sneak
laughing.
I'll try to sneak.
Can't wait for that game.
Me and King, if anything, me and King will be there watching that.
And I want everybody that's inside the chat. I want y'all to clip it. I want y'all to clip the reaction. I want you to clip everything. It's going to be probably one of my greatest crowning achievements that y'all see. And I'm calling my shot. I'm like Babe Ruth. I'm pointing to the upper room, and it's about to go out the park. And I'm telling you guys, when it happens, y'all gonna put some respect on my name.
When this release date is this year, this man gonna do some of the biggest reaching I've ever seen in my life.
It's gonna be so funny.
You're gonna call him Reed Richard. That's how much he gonna be reaching.
You know what it is? Y'all gonna think I'm from the future when it happens. Y'all gonna be like, he know too much.
Anyway.
He in the know.
Moving on, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. If it does come out. The only question I have is, can Elden Ring's title for Game of the Year be challenged if it does come up? That would be interesting.
Yeah, it's. I don't care if God of War comes out. I just don't see nothing beat Elden Ring unless God of War is crazy good.
Did they fix it?
According to Jeff's and them only rule, that game will have came out too late in order to be in for contention.
So, you got a point there.
But according to Fonz, he said that Jeff might make.
Yeah, we might.
I don't see him doing it though. If it's too far into November, I mean, if it's like they might release it the day.
Because don't you remember when they weren't allowing? I forgot the game. They said the cutoff was the 19th, but they were giving
talking about the Star Wars.
Yeah, but they were giving people that were voting on it their votes on the 4th or something. So it didn't really make sense, right? When a game came out like on the 10th. But here in this situation, they'll let that slide in. Trust me. The war is going to get passed up.
That game going to make it. It's going to come out next year so you can win the Game of the Year.
I just personally feel like when it comes to that particular game, they did their change up once. You know, it's like Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild changed up the Zelda formula. God of War changed up its formula.
You're right.
You only can do that moving the mountains one time.
Mm-hmm.
Like now, when you play the new God of War and the new Breath of the Wild, there's gonna be newer stuff, but it's not gonna be the same as changing the formula.
Mm-hmm.
That
like,
magic.
Elden
isn't
Ring
there. Yeah.
just got the change in the formula thing. Like,
Yep.
Unless God of War is magnificent, I don't
Facts.
see it touching Elden Ring.
I agree 100% with everything you said, Addict. I've been saying the same thing.
I don't see. That's why I was hoping, God of War and Starfield both came out, because I feel like God of War Ragnarok will be more of the same of 2018.
Yeah.
Just with a few extra characters, a little bit more snow.
Damn.
A little bit more.
Well, it
I
did
don't think
start as DLC at the end. Of the
I don't think that's going to be good enough for it to repeat Game of the Year, because if that's the case, then that's just not right.
It's the same thing with Horizon Forbidden West for me. It's just more of the same, and that's not a bad thing with God of War. I loved God of War. And I want to play more of the same, but that magic of that first real change in the series and everything, that's gone. You're not gonna get that kind of feel like, oh my God, I can't wait to do this or that, or I wonder what's gonna happen next, because you already know. Like you're gonna be. The mechanics are pretty much the same. The gameplay's the same. No,
I don't
not
think it's disrespectful. It's just facts.
It's just obvious. It's not gonna be the same in that regard.
Yeah,
so
like, I would. If I were to put, like, God of War might not even hit a 90 in Metacritic. Like,
oh my god!
No, I think it will.
Oh my god! We outside, huh?
I don't think people realized how much of like a curve God of War and Breath of the Wild got for that changing shit up. Like, I don't, because when you start making sequels, people, what's the number one thing that it just feels like Gears? It just feels like Halo.
Facts. That's
like,
what people are
you're gonna have a lot
years.
of this God of War thing going on. It just feels like God of War 2018. It's not that it's a bad game. It's just more of the same. Like, I can see people saying that already.
Addict. So you're not gonna be impressed, huh?
No, I didn't say that. I just said I see people saying those things when they're reviewing the game.
Yeah,
Addict
is speaking facts. Addict is speaking facts because. Addict did say, and I agree with him, that if this story, if this gameplay is just out of this world, of course you got to give its props, but it's got to be spectacular to beat Elden Ring at this point this year.
No, I agree with Elden Ring. I agree with that. I mean, I'm just saying, like, we don't know the premise yet. We have not seen a lot of it. It's going to be a great
game, regardless.
But what we do know. We have seen gameplay, so it is pretty much confirmed. It's pretty much on the same engine the previous.
A lot of the same assets.
Yeah, so that hasn't changed. Assets have carried over. They did say it's not a trilogy, so I'm curious to find out how they're going to resolve all of this Nordic mythology when you saw Odin left, Thor left. Like,
well, they're giving you all the DLC that they were supposed to give you the first time. This is what this is: God of Ragnarok DLC.
I just want people to clip this part.
I just want to go to Asgard. Can I get Asgard, please?
Very disrespectful. No one's seen a lot of it. It's just the same. All right, we gonna see.
Same exact thing.
I know what happens when they come outside. I know what the zeitgeist do when they come outside. And I'll tell you right now, that when boy come outside, 11/11 is going to be different.
We said that same joint with the Horizon. Broken.
And it did well.
Gran Turismo.
Wait, we gotta stop this. There's nothing wrong with Horizon Forbidden West. Stop. Horizon Forbidden West looks phenomenal. You may not like it, but Horizon Forbidden West, there's no technically wrong. It's one of the best looking games in the gen. We're not doing that.
But you can make an argument that Horizon Forbidden West came out. It did good, but it didn't really raise the needle compared to its predecessor.
Because the mistake,
because it was more of Horizon in a different game with a different scenario, with a different story.
It was Horizon Zero Dawn with bugs.
Oh,
yeah, with a lot of bugs. The bugs was crazy.
Like I was saying, I'm
not gonna lie, but like I had Forbidden West, and I love Zero Dawn. I still can't get into Forbidden West. Like,
no, I get that, and it might not be for you, and I get that. All I'm saying is that game is a technical marvel. It looks phenomenal.
It looks fantastic.
A lot of people love the game, and
13% loved it.
And to me, the only reason why, and again, that's on their fault, is that the proximity.
West.
I can't talk today.
Your cock is crazy.
I can't do it. But if I do that to other people, it's over. It's over. I've been trying for like a whole hour. Can't get them off. Can't get them off. But that's good. It's all good. But like I said, all I'm saying is the proximity to Elden Ring really, really hurt that game.
Yeah.
If that game wasn't next to that, I think we'd be talking different. It's really a phenomenal looking game. That's all I'm saying. Y'all being wild, disrespectful to God of War. I just want to see this the same. If it come out this year, I just want to see this clip. And what the Metacritic do, and what the Zeitgeist do, and we gonna revisit this conversation.
I don't see it being disrespectful. I see it being like when Halo Infinite came out. They got a lot working against it, and just right. No, like when a game comes out, like we're speaking, it's facts. It's not a new engine. You look at the game; it does look like 2018. I mean, we're not going to say that's a bad thing. 2018 looked amazing, but it does look similar to it. Like, it's just speaking stuff that's going on. I hope they blow my socks off. My socks, my shirt, everything.
And I'm replaying it.
I mean, you can replay it. You can write it down. You can write it.
Y'all was like, it's not going to do nothing. All that. I'll keep the same energy.
No one said that.
Okay. No one said that. Now, you said it was 3-4-3.
We were talking from a comparison. No, I was saying, I was using that as an analogy, comparing the situations when Halo Infinite came out. You know, we were saying the hype that was coming out, the issues it was having up to that point. We were saying, you know, what the expectation was coming up to the release date. That's why I was talking strictly from a standpoint of, could it beat Elden Ring in Game of the Year? And I just don't think it could.
No, and that's fair. All I'm saying is the Elden Ring thing, I'm with y'all. I think Elden Ring has too much going for it to be dethroned. I'm with y'all there. I just don't. I think y'all don't realize what's about to happen if that game drops this year. What's going to happen to the Zeitgeist and the effect it will do, and how impressed people will be with a Cory Barlog game. I'm telling you, that's just what I.
I don't think no one's fighting that. We're just fighting that it got that oomph when it came out in 2018 because they revolved everything. Right. And we're just saying when it comes to this year, Elden Ring got that, and I don't think it's going to get that again.
From the new perspective, but all I'm saying, in fairness, we haven't seen everything that Ragnarok could do either. That's all I'm saying. Let's see the whole thing, and then we'll judge. But we'll see. Yeah, anyway, let's move on. Let's get the last joint. And then he said he got no Craig face. I'm done. Anyway, the chat is stupid. Let's move on. We got the super chat, so we're going to just bump into the last one at it. What are we doing?
Let's just bump to the last one.
All right, so this is King's original topic before the sales news, and this literally jumped off. Let me get it lined up for him. By shout out to Forbes, man. Forbes had an article that caught King's interest, and pretty much it says Microsoft is leaving PlayStation, Nintendo behind even without Starfield. And he pretty much, the gist of it is talking about how Game Pass is Microsoft's, kind of ace in the hole, and then combine that with streaming as a whole, and like the overall strategy of Microsoft is, in his opinion, shout out to Eric Kane, the winning formula that he feels that to King's point that Sony and Nintendo can't compete with that long term. So So King, this is your topic. This clearly resonated with you. So like, what do you feel about this?
So before I knew that we had Fonz coming on and we had KidSmove showing up, I knew we had Madz and we had Jez. Right. So immediately in the chat, I put Queensbridge Finest. I put Mob Deep, Nas, Queensbridge, and I knew my brothers would not let me down. I swear to God. I knew Madz was going to come with the technical, and I knew Jez was going to come with the informational, and, combined, I was going to bring the witty, and it was going to form into exactly what it formed into. And thank you. I do appreciate you guys. But this topic was the original topic before I got to the, can I get a Lockhart, please? Right?
Before a little man came into the scene.
This topic is crazy because Forbes is talking about the strategy that Microsoft is doing, and it's leaving its competitors behind because actually their competitors have gotten the game late. Game Pass is actually the platform. Now, PlayStation has been there first. It's just been like a side project, a little failed thing. They didn't actually strategize it properly, right? So what they did was they took a thing that you like and they took something that you didn't like and they combined it, rebranded it, and hopefully it sells. A lot of stuff is missing. They got to get their legs. Well, it seems like Microsoft has gotten their legs. And it seems like Forbes has taken notice to it. And if people are in the market and knows how money works and trends work, Forbes is predicting the demise of the other two.
This is the opinion of one Forbes writer. Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
I love what he wrote. So, I'm extrapolating what I read.
It's his new favorite writer.
Yes, his new favorite, Eric King. Shout out to Lord Eric King. Definitely on King's favorite list.
Beautiful, eloquently wrote it. He laid down the format in which the situation spelled doom for the other ones.
Oh man!
I just want to acknowledge the fact that Microsoft has a real bona fide strategy now. Before we really couldn't see the strategies before and exactly what they're doing. Now, even from a hardware standpoint to a software standpoint, they have a lot of the bases covered that we talked about in the past. And for Forbes to look over and say that they see something completely different with Microsoft and their strategy and trying to show their strategy going forward, I think they're on to something. And I just wanted to bring that to the room to say that we're not dealing with the same Microsoft from before. I know Jez know that. I know Madz know that. I know Fonz know that. And everybody else knows that here. But I just wanted to get everybody's outlook on it. And if anybody read the article.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to give additional context to what you're saying, he also said, now with Xbox revealing that the Samsung smart TVs will now support Game Pass, cloud gaming, without even owning an Xbox. So pretty much the reason why I think what your alignment is because the system without the box, so to speak, right? Yeah. And simply playing your Xbox controller with your TV for a monthly fee rather than spending hundreds of dollars on a console and, this future that can get more gamers in. So let's get Jez in. Jez, I don't know if you got a chance to see the article, but just even if you didn't, your overall thoughts do you agree with King? Like this is the winning strategy that the other two can't necessarily compete with Microsoft in this space?
I think he's like, we've been saying for years at this point that Microsoft doesn't even see Sony and Nintendo as competition. They really don't. That's not a console war thing. It's not a console war thing. It's not like hyperbole. They don't. They're looking at Tencent. They're looking at tech companies. They're looking at like, what do we need to do to protect our business against Amazon? What do we need to do to protect our business against this and that? And it's not just about gaming. It's about developer tools. It's about technology. It's about R&D. It's about all this sort of stuff. It's about cloud services and gaming it feeds into that as a sort of part of a more comprehensive, cohesive strategy. What the gaming business is to Microsoft is just completely different to PlayStation. PlayStation, only up until recently, they were just contented with having a console business, basically. It's only recently that Sony started thinking like, oh, actually, maybe we should put our games on PC, and we all knew they would do it because they were just leaving free money on the table. As soon as Microsoft started doing it, Sony had to do it. They had to do it. And eventually they will do day-and-date games too. Eventually, they will. They just have to because they're leaving money on the table. The way that like Horizon Forbidden West didn't launch into PC completely killed its buzz because it launched up against Elden Ring, which was on PC. Nobody was talking about Horizon Zero Dawn after a week. They were talking about Elden Ring, and I know because I can see our network's traffic at Future. I can see our website's traffic and. There was no traffic on Horizon Forbidden West whatsoever. Everyone just went all over to Elden Ring. So, all this sort of console war bubble stuff, which is, fun to go back and forth with on Twitter and all that stuff. It's utterly, it couldn't be less relevant. It couldn't possibly be less relevant. The console install base, combining Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft, just talking about console game sales, it's minuscule compared to like, what really drives this industry, and
even Jim Ryan said that. What you just said. I'm sorry.
I think not enough.
It's which is why Microsoft's key performance indicator for their gaming business is users. It's not revenue. It's not console sales. It's users. It's like, and so for them, they think about it in a very different way. They think about it like. where can we find the users? You know, we're going to make it as easy as possible for people to access our ecosystem, whether they're on a phone, whether on a TV, whether they're just playing a game that lets you sign in with a Microsoft account. For them, that's a user. You know, Solitaire has the second biggest monthly active users behind Minecraft. You know, and not a lot of people realize that, and that's how Microsoft is able to be the third biggest gaming company, despite not having, you know, a particularly large presence on mobile or a particularly large, you know, the smallest slice of the console part, you know. But they're growing it, and they're growing it out, and by spreading across to everything, right? And there's someone in chat saying Windows Central doesn't get Forbidden West traffic. What a surprise, Jez. And it's like, yeah, I talked about Future, you know, Games Radar and Tech Radar and PC Gamer. They're all part of our network, you know.
Jez is like, stop talking about stuff you don't know.
That was a clap. That was
he did a crazy flex on you right there. That was
crazy. Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, you can look at it yourself. Go on to Google Trends and put in for Horizon Forbidden West, and then put in Elden Ring, and you can see for yourself where the search traffic was going. It's public information.
Oh, you hit it with the public information. Oh, damn. Let me ask you this, Jez. Do you think the disconnect when you see, you know, comments like that? Like, do you think the disconnect is looking at it, the hardcore looking at it through the hardcore lens and the older way of doing things, whereas everything was predicated on how much something sold, how many consoles, how much software? So do you think it's, you know, maybe as the hardcore, we're just looking at this older model and we don't understand what this newer model is that Microsoft is trying to do, and if it could be successful?
It's not necessarily that it's a newer model. It's just a different model.
Gotcha.
Like Sony has to have different priorities because they can't afford to build a cloud on par with Microsoft. They just can't do it. They'll have to partner with someone else to do it. And I think they use Amazon Web Services right now or something like that. So they have to think about their business in a different way. Sony doesn't make proprietary web tool development tools, which, you know, developers can buy. They don't have GameStack, and, you know, they don't use their own games to showcase what their technology does. But I think Sony could make a load of money if they packaged up the Decima engine and let other developers build on it, you know, for example. They could probably make money doing that, you know. But Microsoft looks at that because their mission statement is empower others to do more.
Right.
And they think of it in like the context of, we want developers to be using our service. We want gamers to be using our services, you know. So they just have it's not that, and this is why I say they're not competing. It's because they're in a different business model. They're in a different business, ultimately. It's like when you're like a multi-trillion-dollar company, are you really thinking about the nickels and dimes of competing in a tiny console war? No, you're thinking about how can we go global? How can we bring in more users across the entire industry? They think of it as an industry, you know. They want to be in every part of the industry, not just like direct to consumer or whatever.
Right.
So they're just thinking about it in a different kind of way. And you know, and they never, back in the day, I mean, they did it to some degree, but never on the sort of level they are now, you know, with Azure and stuff like that. And the fact that the Xbox business is anchored into Azure, you know, just gives them a very different set of priorities to PlayStation. I'm not like, when I say Xbox doesn't compete with PlayStation, a lot of people get all triggered and upset and emotional about this because they think it's like I'm saying, oh, Xbox has left Sony in the dirt. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they have a different goal in mind. They have a different set of strategies to meet a different goal. You know, they just it's just a different sort of thing. Like Tencent is the biggest gaming company. They do not make a console. They don't make a console.
Bars.
And they're the biggest gaming company. Tencent don't even put half their games onto console. There's League of Legends for Xbox and PlayStation.
Bars.
It's not there. Because the console market is irrelevant.
So you say that certain people are fighting a fight that's not relevant?
Well, let's my team just destroy the other team, and then we can worry about us being irrelevant.
But hold on. But what about this though, Jez? I want to give a little counterpoint, and I love what you're saying. You're making some fantastic points. What about the mindset that you see Sony actually adopting Azure, the partnership with Microsoft, them actually making strides? So, as opposed to being, I don't want to, tone deaf and not understanding where the industry is going, do you look at that as them being late adopters, or that Microsoft still is ahead in this thing? You don't look at that as something as them trying to course correct?
I mean, they're definitely trying to course correct. I mean, look at all the stuff with putting their games on PC and sort of trying to add value to their subscription services and stuff like that. Right. And they're definitely trying to think about how can we sort of meet Microsoft on some of these value propositions like Xbox Game Pass, because like I say, the console business is Sony's entire business. They're a content company. That the content is their entire business, basically. Right. So, but it's different from Microsoft because they're a content and a services company, and their content business helps inform their services business, and their services business helps inform their content business. So, in a way, Microsoft's almost selling to itself, And it's like the technology that we develop to sell to developers, we can also use this technology with our own games, Right. It goes around in a cycle, The cloud is made of console hardware, for example. Yeah. And we can bring that audience to developers, and we build these APIs so they can make cloud games, blah, 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 blah. And it's this whole industrial ecosystem that they're building around their platform. So they're sort of coming at it from a completely different perspective,
Valid points.
The worry, if I was a business analyst and and I was advising someone on where to invest their money or what the gaming industry could look like in 10 years down the line, it wouldn't be Microsoft that I'd be worried about.
Who you worried
frankly
about? Who you worried about?
I mean, I'd be thinking more about what's Sony gonna do when console local hardware becomes increasingly niche.
That's what King's been saying. Niche. Preaching to King's ears.
Yeah. People don't want to accept that console is niche right now. It's already niche, okay? And what happens when they become even more niche? Because people can get their games anywhere that they've got a screen. They can get it straight down to their TV. They can get it on any device. What happens in that scenario? So it becomes the risk proposition there becomes exponentially higher, potentially. Right. Because the riskiest part of your business is making expensive games that could flop.
That's what I've been saying when they kill me when I say Lord Consolidation. Because I'll be like, if you make a game, if you're a dev right now, a publisher, and you make a game and it flops with the millions of investment, you're out of here. You're out of here. And to me, that's why I see these companies trying to make themselves sexy for acquisition. But continue that. I completely agree with you there.
Yeah. It's going to be an interesting world, and Sony's it's not like, and still people in the chat are already getting emotional. Oh my god,
are they mad with you, Jez? Are you
saying?
Don't be like King. Don't do that.
Nobody's saying that Sony's gonna be doomed, or Sony's gonna be in trouble.
King did. Be clear, King did.
But it's just 97%. They're just on a different level. They're just they're just going to be on a different plane of business, Sony's going to be doing their thing, selling consoles and putting their games on PC, and PC is going to become increasingly a big part of their business. They're going to probably consolidate some of their some of their services into subscriptions. They bought Crunchyroll, for example. And
evil.
They got their music business and stuff like that.
A lot of Jez definitely got the chat Sony, very emotional today.
I can see Sony going more in the content direction.
That's right. See,
well, Microsoft is just sort of the everything. I can see a future where PlayStation games have become as ubiquitous as Xbox games are now. You can play them anywhere. You don't need a PlayStation anymore.
Oh my god!
Anyway, King's getting excited. This is crazy. Let me get Fonz because I gotta get Fonz because Fonz, I know, fellow console brethren, likes to play things the traditional way, And this article that's come out, again by one person. I'm saying the whole Forbes field this way, but that's just one article about Microsoft's strategy being the winning strategy long term. What's your thought process on this, Fonz, coming from your perspective?
It's already happening in terms of mass appeal when it comes to Game Pass, XCloud. People are starting to adopt it and embrace it. We're seeing that, and this is coming from a guy who, last generation wasn't about even digital gaming.
I remember.
So I've seen the benefits of it, and if an old guy like me that was just staunchly against just all digital gaming sees the light per se, I just think it's all about innovation with technology, man. Things move forward. If I could get an experience just as I do on a native console with an application, why wouldn't I embrace it? Like less clutter, less things in the house to have to deal with, and hopefully less headache. I don't know, but I just think that again, it has to be 1-to-1 when it comes to native console.
Yes.
And, whether you're streaming it or whatever the case may be, or if it's an application that you're playing right off of, it has to feel exactly like what I'm getting now, the latency wise, all that stuff.
Right.
But yeah, I'm not one of those guys who just doesn't want to embrace innovation anymore. I look to the future and I go, yeah, I can see this happening. And Microsoft is on the right path. I mean, they have started this in the console space anyway, and they have been at the forefront. Right now, PlayStation, they're playing catch up. They're trying, and for anybody to say that they're not trying to do so, it's just being stupid. No, it's for real though, King. They see the future and where things are going. I mean, that's why they've started putting games on PC as well. That's why they're really they've bought into the Azure servers. That's why they're trying to get their service, really get going with this whole PlayStation Premium thing. I see all this being the future of gaming, and I'm okay with that now. I've kind of just backed off that whole, I need my physical games and I need my physical consoles. Like, if they can give me a great experience, regardless of what I'm playing on an app, TV, whatever it may be, I'm good with it.
Wow, this is big coming from you, Fonz. This is you. I thought this was going to be a point of contention with you and Jez. Because
no. It's not really, man. It's just facts, man. It's what's going on. And I've personally seen the difference in XCloud from when it started in its infancy. That thing was not very good.
Right.
And I had issues with it on Wi-Fi. But now on Wi-Fi, it's exponentially better than it was. I mean, it's a huge leap better than what it was. Now, it's not there 1-to-1 with native consoles.
Right.
But it's closer, and the closer they get to that, and when they can perfect that, Fonz is good with that.
Okay. Wow. All right. This is Madz Gaming, Poll in the building. How we feeling about this future, man? Do we think, that according to Forbes, one right here, Forbes, clarify that, that this long-term strategy of streaming and Game Pass is the winning formula over their console competitors?
Well, obviously I don't know per se, but there might be on something there. I mean, at the end of the day, we tend to look at things from our own perspective, right?
Yes.
So we love to play on our PCs, consoles. We will like having, having to play with the hardware basically and have that hardware and that kind of stuff. But when I look at my son, he's 9 years old, right? I had to force him to use a console. All he wanted to do was to play on a mobile phone or tablet, right? Most of his friends, they play on mobile, right? Some of them have consoles. Hardly anyone plays on PC. I'm talking about like this demographic.
That age demographic, right?
Yeah. So they are totally different to, and they like different games. Now, Jez actually made a very interesting point. about the fact that like console market is niche, right? And it is, right? Like because if you look at there was an interesting thing. There was an interesting thing about Fortnite, right? They started adding those like Spider-Man, God of War, and the Kratos to Fortnite. Master Chief ended up there as well. And I saw a joke somewhere on Twitch, I think, or whatever, right? Where a kid saw Kratos somewhere in the actual God of War game, and he's like, "Oh, that's the guy from Fortnite, right?"
Yo, isn't that crazy? The generational gap? Isn't that crazy?
Exactly. Already. Not the other way around, right? So like it's like we tend to, this is banger. That game sold like 10 million. That's nothing in comparison to like
kids loving this.
So like listen, like I'm that old dude. Like I'm 42 years old. I love my PCs, consoles, and that kind of stuff. And I'll stick to it as long as I'll be able to, right? But like, who knows what? Like Fonz, right? He said like he's embracing all these services and he sees the value there, right? So I'm a big fan of Game Pass, and like I enjoy all these games there. But the fact of the matter is, we don't know where that's going to lead us to, like in 5-6 years from now, right? Like this new generation, like when I see like my sons or like my young neighbors around me, right? Like they are totally different to to we are, right?
It's a good point.
What we like. And even the way we consume stuff, right? Like it's totally different, right? So.
No, it's a good point. I want to bring the KidSmove. I mean, is there a disconnect? Are we the dinosaurs, and the generation is moving by, and these young kids, and as King eloquently used to say, the 10 million sold isn't enough. And you look at the live engagement games. I know hardcore gamers don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear about not the bangers, and we hear look at the Roblox, the Fortnites, and what's actually in the top of engagement. Has it passed us by, kid? Is the new generation winning this that leads towards this future? Where we at?
I don't know, but like any generation that doesn't include like consoles, I'm not with.
Oh, you holding on? He's holding. Let's go,
like, I'm not gonna say that it's gonna like. I'm pretty sure it's the future. Everything like however they game in the future, whether it be on a VR headset or mobile phones. But I think the way I play games, whether it be on a console, PC or whatever, is once gaming is obsolete in that way, I probably.
Oh, you out the game? Oh, you out the game? KidSmove's out the game. Yeah, so Xbox better have an option for you with local gaming or else.
Yeah. I mean, you would have to really convince me, like. Once we get to once another alien ship comes and we get this super crazy internet again, where everything just feels like local from a voice,
super resolution files,
whatever, you know what I mean? Then, but at this point, now I like local hardware. I still like buying a box. They already got me from not buying physical games, right? That's as far as I'm willing to go. You know what I mean? But I still need like a physical box.
Let me ask you this. Get Fonz. And
I was going to say Smooth, but my point is, because I'm with you, man. I'm all about that native box because I want that latency. I want that
native box. He all about it native. Yeah, he want that box native.
All right. Shout out to the natives too.
Shout out to Fonz. You know what he want. You know what you want, Fonz.
If in the future they can get it to where it feels just like I'm not going to say it, but your native box. No, I am. But anyway, wouldn't you embrace it then? Because I would. I'd embrace it.
Embrace your native box. Embrace your native box, bro.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that.
Box.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. It depends. It depends. I mean, hopefully this happens when. I'm incapable of playing video games. At that point, I wouldn't care.
All right, so let me ask you this though.
Too old to play.
I don't know why people are so against it like that. Like,
let me ask.
Even if it played the same.
Let me ask you this, kid. And maybe the way you run your household is how you run. But I'm just curious. You got kids, right? Putting too much in it. Like, how do they consume? Or is it a situation where it's like, you know what? You gonna play this console? Know what it is? Like, how are they consuming games?
I love my kids, and my kids can be weird sometimes. I got mad at my son, right?
Why? What he did?
We were playing like Fall Guys on, and he's playing on the Xbox One living room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, bro, dude, I was like, just play it on the Series S. Just keep getting disconnected. Just play on the Series S. Go ahead, you can have it. Go ahead and play it there. And I was like, trust me, it's faster. He didn't care. No, I would play on the Xbox One, but why? And so right now in the living room is literally two stacked on top of it. The Xbox One S is on the bottom, the Series S is on top. He'll turn on the Series S to play like I got him to play Halo Infinite because I was like, dude, the controls are mad delayed on Xbox One. It just feels different. I don't know if it's because it's 30 frames or something like that, but I was like, it feels way too different. And so he'll play on that, but to play like something like Roblox or freaking Fall Guys and stuff we were playing, can you turn on the Xbox One for me? I was like, it plays the same game. Like,
that generation don't care about that, man.
So,
I'm telling you.
So I'm at a point when they update this thing, because I have a Samsung TV in the living room. I was like, okay, well maybe I'll get rid of the boxes or whatever, and hook them on to, because we all got Game Pass and whatnot, and maybe, but I don't know if they'll even embrace that yet. I'm not sure. It depends. Like right now, they consume console and laptop. That's how they game.
No, fair enough. It's very interesting to chart. I want to get Attic real quick, and then we get the King. Attic, I don't know if he's back. I think he stepped away. Attic, you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man. Like, you know, this article. Like, where do you think about the future? Is this the winning strategy, so to speak? You know,
I mean, I don't know. I do think that's the future eventually, and I think you'll start seeing remnants of it. I don't know if it'll be like in full blown force in 10 years. You know, but sooner or later they're going to get rid of the consoles entirely, and I think Microsoft is kind of setting themselves up for that kind of world. But I wouldn't put Sony out. Like I feel like if anything, Sony has shown that they can roll with the punches.
Adaptability. They showed adaptability this generation. PS3, they didn't show that type of adaptability.
Yeah, the fact that they made a partnership with Microsoft in general shows that.
That's because they're conforming. They're slowly changing. It's not just you're right. It's about adaptability, but it's about conforming to what's going on in the industry. I mean, it's plain to see what Sony's doing. They're playing catch up. So yeah, they could. Yeah. Anyway,
no, fair enough. Good.
But that's the same thing, though. If they have to adapt to it, they're acknowledging that that's where it's going.
Exactly.
Right. No, I feel you. King, the floor is yours. You've been hearing all the bars you've been wanting to hear, smiling from ear to ear. Future consoles not existing. You know, where are you at with this article once again?
We got mods on this?
We got mods. He talked about his kids. Yeah. You just ain't get me. I ain't get me.
Yeah. Okay, well, get your because you really, bring up the real, you like Barry Bonds.
Okay, cool.
You understand? Yeah. I'm like Alex Rodriguez.
Continue.
This is kind of crazy that everybody is coming around to embracing exactly what I've been saying for a long time. The first one out the game is probably PlayStation because the blows is just going to keep coming. Pause. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous when the tweet goes out.
But see, I ain't saying that's happening with the PlayStation 6 era. Now, I think there will be a PlayStation 6. You don't.
Yeah, thank you.
Not I don't think there'll be a PS7. Like how it's supposed to go.
I don't think there'll be a PS7, but I do think there'll be a PS6.
Let me ask you a question. Fonz, how long does this generation last?
Oh, at least 8 years.
Long. 8 years, right?
At least, yeah.
So then you do believe that we're 2 years behind because, constraints and lack of silicon.
Kind of, yeah.
The pandemic, So we're like behind. So it could be extended for a little 2 more years, probably.
Yeah, it could be.
A 10-year. Could be a 10-year thing,
right?
Where
you go.
10 years from now, they
I see what you're saying.
They're
working on me.
An app.
And I want to cry. He led the witness.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, this is what I do. I'm a good lawyer. But I honestly feel, and I think it's both of them. But like Jez was saying, I think Microsoft sees the value in the localized hardware just because of their streaming. That's the only thing. PlayStation won't need that if their main commodity is the single player games that these guys are going buck bananas for, right? You guys are going crazy for the bangers, right? So
bangers,
right? So
give me an exclusive, Fonz.
And it's not, they're not going crazy for the hardware because the hardware is being outsold by little man, right? So
for 2 weeks.
Hey, it's about the bangers, right? Yeah. So everybody talk about if God of War launches this year. So if God of War, imagine if God of War launched everywhere, then Jim will get the numbers that he actually wants. I just see Microsoft, like, Jez said, like all you guys said, is in a whole different game. They're playing a whole different game from the other from the so-called competition that's playing catch up to you guys eloquently saying that they're playing catch up anyway to Microsoft leading in a whole different area. And if you're playing catch up, it's going to get to a point where you can't catch up and you have to switch gears and go, and you said adaptability, right, Cog?
Mm-hmm.
So what happens when you say, you know what, we got to cut the dead weight and we can go with what's profitable? I believe that their game division is hugely profitable. I believe that their service plan that they're building together right now will be hugely, immensely profitable. If it's on Netflix or if it's on Amazon, hey, who knows? But it will be someplace. I just feel that this article eloquence and illustrates all the stuff that I've been saying for so long. And I do appreciate you guys taking the time out to indulge my wild fantasies.
Yeah, look, man, I got much to add to it.
Native box, pause.
Yeah, look, all I will say is this generation, Microsoft has definitely positioned themselves from the hardware standpoint, future-proofing, from the networking standpoint, obviously the Azure backbone, the infrastructure, them getting that everywhere, that's critical to their business model. And I do think that there is a disconnect with the hardcore gamer and where the industry is going. And look, a lot of these companies, they do the analytics. I thought Jez made some fantastic points about, who are the actual leaders as far as the revenue and stuff like that. And you're seeing the Tencents out there, and being the position they are without hardware, right? Now, we're still a ways away, in my opinion. But to King's point, yes, I do understand this generation may go longer. We're talking about technologies that, like FSR 2 and all this other stuff that can extend the generation and make things great. My prediction is probably we will get a console generation refresh at some point. I feel that they looked at those analytics and said, okay, yep, there's a market for people who still want native hardware at the highest fidelity on a local level. Mm-hmm. The cool thing about what Microsoft's doing, I will say this, is that even though Game Pass and the streaming is their future, I like that they have a model that's flexible enough to still include local hardware, to still include the ability to not alienate someone. Because I think the mistake that Stadia made is they jumped too far ahead and said, no, this is it. This is the only way you could consume our content. And then that puts people in a position, because let's be honest, there's still people that won't be able to consume, whether it be the internet, you live on a military base.
It's way too soon.
Right. Or your country's infrastructure is not in proximity yet to an Azure server that's non-existent.
And they got a console for you, though.
Exactly. And that's what I like. To me, the mistakes when are made, like when Microsoft was a little too aggressive with even though digital was right, with the Xbox One, they maybe was a little bit too aggressive with forcing it, right? So I think they've learned from that and now have this tiered approach on how you can get in. Because according to Phil, like they've even said, even though they want this direction, their end-all, be-all doesn't ride on Game Pass being successful and cloud streaming. Like they still have this multiple ways you can get in the ecosystem and they can still benefit.
Combination of everything. That's
right. And I think that inclusive thing kind of sits with the message, even with the games. We want this variety of games. It's going to be in different markets and everything like that. So it all fits. I will say to Sony though, I think the difference, I know you don't want to give them enough credit, King, but I think the difference is this is not a stubborn PS3 era type Sony. PS3 era type Sony is like, nope, this is the way we're doing it. $600 console, get down, lay down, and whatever. And I think the fact that they're like, wait a minute,
we can make a somewhat of a competitor to Game Pass, whether it be the PS Premium and we have our different tiers. We can somewhat, we're not going to do day and date initially, but maybe we dip our toe in with these multiplayer, these live service games, and some games will be day and date, right? Then we see in the PC implement, a lot of people weren't ready for that. They fought us on ILP. We've said multiple times it's happening. Shout out to Randall Thor, Jez Corden's an amazing teammate, you know, who got killed on here saying, yo, these games are going to come. God of War, all that stuff, and people fought. And I think that's what's going on here. There's a lot of, I don't want to say antiquated thing, but of the old way of doing things is the only way to be successful. And I think we are seeing a change in the guard. The last point I said, which KidSmove and Madz brought out, is I think, bro, we the minority. We are the hardest of the hardcore. But unfortunately, if you look at the top 10 MPD, look at the top 10 games played, a lot of the time, even if the games we like, I think Elden Ring may be the exception this year that has consistently stayed where it's at. It's generally not the games that the hardcore are playing.
Yep.
It's not. It's the Roblox, the Minecrafts, you know what I'm saying? The CODs, the Fortnites, you know what I'm saying? Like, those are the games that us, you know, we see the Fall Guys up in there. And that's what I think we have to be cognizant of. And I think that's where Jez also made a fantastic point where it hurts to say, but console is niche. Like, it does seem weird to even say that, right? I think we're in an inflection point, and we have to really be cognizant of what's happening around us. And I'm not one of them old dudes where it's just like, I'm just going to keep throwing out the crowd, throwing out the cloud like never. It could happen. We just got to see if the technology advances to where it's at.
Thing is, what you said about like there being different ways of doing things. I mean, this is a point Phil always mentions in his high level interviews with like the mainstream media. He talks about Xbox having a plurality of business models. He talks about having a plurality of business models for developers. Yes. Not every game needs to be Fortnite to be successful. And critically, not every developer wants to make Fortnite. You know, and Square Enix, like, very famously tried to force Crystal Dynamics to make them a service game. And then they had to concede. Crystal Dynamics they weren't set up for it. They were basically given this project and told, okay, make this Destiny somehow. And they didn't have the DNA to do it.
Anthem, another example. Anthem.
Good point.
Exactly.
And what's funny is the biggest L's we've seen in the industry come from forced creativity.
Yeah, Jeff.
Exactly. So, and we've seen indie developers make millions and millions of dollars, not billions of dollars, but they've made millions of dollars, and they've had a lot of success building businesses that are just, smaller. It's just the social media encourages like binary thinking, where it's like everything has to be one way. It has to be the other way. But it's just not how reality works. In reality, there's always going to be developers who are sort of our age who want to make games that people our age want to play.
True.
And then there'll be big publishers who they'll chase the trends and they'll try and make every game a battle royale, while they try desperately to attach that younger audience who, frankly, have less money to spend than we do. So while they went all in trying to cater to these trends, a lot of these companies like EA, they went balls to the wall chasing trends, ignoring their core audience.
Facts.
And now they're having to course correct again and be like, oh, here's a Dead Space remake. Please don't hate us. So it's this sort of binary thinking, which is like a trap, It's like, well, all the kids, they all play Fortnite and Roblox now. That's all they want to play, which means, we can't have AAA single player games anymore. But that is just not right. If there's people there who want to make a AAA single player game, and there's enough people, there's still an audience to make those games, they'll still get made.
Yes.
And it's just the industry's evolving to accommodate different kinds of audiences. In like, it's the industry's maturing and it's changing, and some people, they fear change, and they can only think in like one way is right way, and every other
that
way
was
is
me.
wrong way.
That was me.
Yeah, I was there too. I was just like, how are they gonna survive?
I mean, look at vinyl. Look at vinyl records. Vinyl records are now outselling CDs because there's enough people who are our age and older who are nostalgic for that shit. And you've got companies like Limited Run Games who are making collector's editions for direct digital games because there's enough of an audience there, and they're happy to not be $1 billion corporation. They're just passionate about this and they want to do it and make some money as well. There doesn't have to be one way or the highway, you know.
Fair enough. Mods and Attic, and then we wrap up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something because it's always nice to listen to clever people and something. I just that made me to realize something. The technology that Microsoft actually offers is kind of very cool for developers as well. Because if you go back 10, 15 years back, you've had all these kind of different, PCs, consoles, each had to, if you were a multi-platform developer, you had to make different versions of the game for different hardware. But now with all these services and that kind of stuff and cloud, and the Xbox actually, you just make one game, right? And obviously now Microsoft is trying to streamline the porting from Xbox to PC. Actually, they kind of trying to make it as one, right? And so developer would just make a game for PC or Xbox, same difference, and that game would work on PC, Xbox, and all these cloud devices, basically expanding the reach of the game, right? So, and instead of porting, and this is an interesting thing as well. When PlayStation, some of the PlayStation guys are getting angry because, I won't be able to play this or that game anymore, right? Well, not really, because I'm sure you've got a laptop. You're sure you've got a mobile device.
Careful, Mods. They don't like that talk. They want it
only
on a console, and they don't want no one else having that game. You know the rules.
I don't care. The fact of the matter is that I can't play it. I can't because play it on your Samsung TV. Play it on your laptop. You actually, all you need for game streaming, all you need a $300 laptop and a controller. You probably will be able to actually use a PlayStation controller with it, right?
You're pissing them off.
So it's a totally different, and I know that some people don't like it. But it is what it is, right? It's just different.
No, I feel you. I'm being silly, but literally that's what they say. They want their ecosystem. Not everybody, but there's a certain contingent that want to play their games, PlayStation games, only on their platform, and we
got a platform for them. It's called the PlayStation.
And they don't like Jim Ryan. They don't like this vision of.
You know what Jim Ryan's vision though is one of a Western vision. If you really think about this, remember that PlayStation years ago. They decided that they were going to focus the PlayStation market within the Western division because when it comes to consoles, yes, they're niche, but the biggest markets are in the Western world. Over there in Japan, it's all about mobile gaming and stuff. So PlayStation is heavily focused on the Western division. And I think when it comes to their games and stuff, they cater their exclusives and everything. Most of their games cater to the Western world. And I think that will also follow into the trends and everything and where it's moving within the Western world. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So your Game Passes, your everything that's changing here is where they're going to align with, where they're going to go in the future. And I know some PlayStation fans don't want to hear that, but that's just the reality. They themselves did this years ago. They decided, hey, the Western market is it for us.
Yeah, they did a shift. Let's get Attic and we get up out of here. Attic, what you thought, man? Yeah, one more point you want to jump in?
I mean, at the end of the day, people are going to go where the money is. A lot of people try to do the Fortnite thing. The problem when you try to make Roblox, Fortnite stuff, you try to get that real money, is you don't have a product worth that real money. You're trying to force the product. And I feel like that's when you see the Anthems, you see all these studios, the Marvel, the Marvel Avengers games. Like, people want the Destiny, the GTA 5 money, but they don't want to put in that Bungie and Rockstar work.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why, you know, you see a lot of companies fail in certain aspects because they're trying to shortcut their way into that kind of money when it doesn't work like that.
Right.
You know, there's a reason these studios are able to do what they do is because they put a lot of work defining their craft, finding out what works, what doesn't work. And that's why I'm kind of glad that the market's kind of correcting itself, where you've seen the Dead Space remakes, because EA could have easily went back to the drawing board and said, all right, let's try it again. But they're like, oh God, we messed up on Anthem. All right, you go back and make Dragon Age. Yeah, we need that. We need that Mass Effect 2. Get that to them. They'll leave us alone. Dead Space, I know we shut that studio down. Have them remake it. That'll keep us off of us. It's just like, I do agree that the casual market runs, and it's ran the market for generations. But I appreciate that places like EA and stuff, they've seen them chasing that bag has hurt their company more than helping it. Not every company can come out with a Minecraft, with a Fortnite, with a Roblox.
Or a successful battle royale. Yeah.
And you see these companies that have tried that for all of our Xbox One generation. Keep in mind, some of these people, almost every publisher tried to throw out that give me money game. You had Square Enix do it with the Marvel Avengers. You had Anthem with BioWare. And so EA, Square Enix, Ubisoft tried like 9 of them.
Yeah, catch it. People try to catch a wave. There's no doubt.
And so, you know, but now you're starting to see Ubisoft, you know, talking about doing. They did the Phoenix Rising game. That was not standard to their type of games. They're talking about bringing, what's it called? Game with the green goggles. Splinter Cell. They're talking about bringing Splinter Cell back. You know, you see EA revisiting Dead Space. You see EA revisiting Dragon Age. Like, you see EA revisiting Mass Effect, which is stuff that if Anthem would have popped off, they never would have done.
Right.
They would have stuck with that. So it's just like it's give and take. And I feel like a lot of publishers, they want that easy money, but when it blows up in their face, they want to blame us for it. Why didn't you buy our game? Make better games, and people will buy them.
Yeah, look, there's a place for everything, you know, and I think from a development standpoint, you definitely still need balance, and I think the indie scene doesn't get enough credit, and I think Xbox doesn't get enough credit for cultivating the indie scene in the way that they have, as I think a lot of the innovation that ultimately that I want sometimes comes from that, and then the big AAA, you know, they will then copy and say, okay, that's the way we can invest it, because I think people are afraid of the risk and bombing on the risk. So,
and then you can look at it from a standpoint that services like Game Pass make it easier to continue making those classic games, because because they're pretty much monetizing all of the games. They're not just trying to do one at a time. Obviously, you got the CETs trying to do the cosmetic, and I think they'll try to monetize a lot of live services going to Game Pass. But you got games like Avowed, which to my knowledge doesn't have any type of microtransactions. Fable, which my knowledge, obviously we don't know too much about these games, but as of right now, they haven't really said that they have any type of microtransactions. They're making the games that everyone wants, but they're putting in a subscription service to constantly get that revenue, knowing they're still going to sell on PC, knowing they're still going to make deals with like Epic to get them on there exclusively. They're still going to make enough money to justify the PC versions, but the subscription is going to justify continuously to making diverse content, to making different type of genre content that you wouldn't have necessarily seen without something like Game Pass, because they wouldn't have that safety net to fall back
the stability. No, I hear your point, man. Fantastic point. It's an interesting article. I love this type of talk. Great stuff from the panel king. Shout out to you with the thought-provoking discussion that went your way. But yo, man, let's get up out of here before you want to clear up the super chats or do the outros or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I want to shout out to the legendary Jez Corden, Windows Central, Xbox 2, rocked with us the whole way. Salute to you. I'm glad you could make it, brother. Definitely want to catch up with you. Where can the people find you? What you got going on, man?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at Jez Corden, and of course on the Xbox 2 podcast, the Xbox 2 podcast.
You can say it's your podcast. You just do it with some other guy.
I mean, every time someone cites you guys' podcast, it's your
man,
podcast.
it's okay. Just put your face out and say it's my podcast, my, you know, the Robin in the sidecar. Shout out to Red though. Red, I love you, brother. You know I'm messing with you. I love that joke. But shout out to the team, man.
I could do it though, Red.
Yeah, the homie. That is the homie. Shout out
Get
to
it
Red.
later though.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I'm just I'm on WindowsCentral.com writing random articles and stuff.
Yeah. Love what you do, man.
Thanks for having me.
Oh,
Sorry I was late.
No, all good, brother. Love what you're doing. Love the integrity with the journalism. Love the courageousness with the journalism. A lot of times you put yourself out there and are critical at Microsoft when you need be, and I love that balance. So salute to you, good friend to the realm, my guy, Jez Corden. And, of course, returning, who we have not seen in a while. You know what I'm saying? Two people we haven't seen in a while. But I'll start with one first. My man, Fonz Gaming, man. I'm so glad to see your face. You know, it's been a minute. We know you had a lot of things going on. And it is so good to hear you and see you talking games, see that smile, the laugh, and the classic Fonz-isms, you know what I'm saying, in the realm. What's going on with you? When can people find you? When I heard you might be coming back.
Yes. So I'm going to start content creating again very soon. Next Sunday, I will be back with season 2 of my Games Talk Live. And I will have none other than the Ash and Luca on. Yeah. So that should be a great time. Come out, 2 p.m. Pacific time, if you will. And have a great time with me and Luca. We're going to be talking about her, of course. I'd like to interview my guests, especially the first time, get to know them a little bit better if you don't know already. But I'm sure you'll find out things you probably didn't know. And we're going to have a good time there talking about games, having fun. And, of course, the 5 questions. And we're going to have that game show return.
Get that game show music, brother.
People love it. Yeah, so catch me there on Fonzarelli Gaming. So I appreciate everybody in the chat. Appreciate all of you. You know, I love you guys. You're my brothers. But yeah, thank you everybody for thanks for the invite, Cog.
Well, no doubt. I'm glad you accepted too. And of course, my technical brother, Lord Madz Gaming of the Madz Gaming YouTube channel, always breaking it, educating us plebs here on what's going on with this tech. Salute to you, brother. Good to see you again. Long time haven't had you on. You've been rocking with us from the beginning too, man. Always good to hear from you. What you have going on? Where can people find you?
Well, you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube, Madz Gaming. You know, I'm usually talking about some weird tech stuff and some other weird stuff. You know, so you never know. You may like it. So thanks for the invite. Really enjoy the conversations, the panel. I love everyone around over here. So follow you all, guys. Watch your content. You know, that's what it's all about.
Same.
Like Xbox community is kind of cool around here. So I like it. It's it's yeah, I love it. So anyway, so great.
There's
show.
some weirdos out there, but we don't talk about them.
Ridiculous. Exactly. So,
Good. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So thanks again for the invite. And,
No doubt.
Yeah.
Much love, Madz Gaming, and of course the best spot pulling in, saying, "Yo, what's going on? I heard there's some talk going on. I need to know what's up." He came to the rescue, held us down just in case. Much love, KidSmove, the best spot, Planet Xbox finest. Where can people find you? What you got going on?
Man, yeah, I've been trying to get some videos out, trying to get into the rhythm to get some content out. But you can find me on youtube.com/KidSmove, Twitter. Like I said, I got some videos coming, some more monitor reviews coming. Yeah, so I got a new one, so we're gonna be talking about that.
Ooh, Smooth is actually making some tech.
Hardware videos, Madz. You hear this?
My knowledge is extremely limited, so it's literally, my monitor reviews is for casuals only. What you want to hear, that's it. I don't care about the.
Well, that's the majority of people looking at the videos.
Right. Yeah, my wife came home. The first thing she said was, "Why you got that shirt on?"
Out here rebelling. Got caught in 4K. Yes.
He couldn't get
Shirt
up.
looks awesome, man. No, Smooth. If I want that shirt, where do I go for it?
You go to intotheam.com/KidSmove and get 10% off everything in the store. So,
That's what's up.
Wait, that's a KidSmove original?
no, but it was the coolest thing I picked out from the store.
Shout out to the shirt rocking it, no doubt. Salute.
He came in the door. He was like, "Oh God."
I told you about that shirt, kid. Salute to the best. Salute to KidSmove, the legend. You already know. Addict, you know what I'm saying? The homies, what's going on, man? We can find people find you. What you got going
Well,
on?
you want me to do the super chats and we'll do ours after?
Yeah,
Like,
let's
right
do that.
before we
And then
leave?
let's let people loose that gotta go.
Yeah,
We
let's
holding
just
people
skip
hostage.
about it.
And I do gotta pee.
Skedaddle, people. Skedaddle.
This is my pee break. I've been holding it.
No, just go. Just go. I'll read the super chats while you use the bathroom.
All right, no doubt. But salute to everybody. Be right back. And again, if anybody has to leave, do what you got to do. And we gonna support the people and read these super chats.
I just want to thank everybody for showing up. If y'all do got to run, I suggest y'all run now.
Yeah, 'cause we got catching up to do.
Skedaddle.
Not that we're kicking you out.
Guys.
I'm kicking you out.
Have a
Skedaddle.
blessed Sunday.
No doubt.
Thank
Thank you,
I'm gonna bow
everybody.
because it's late here, but
Yes.
take care,
See
everybody.
you.
Jez,
Yeah,
thank you,
thanks
brother.
for coming on.
Thank you,
Thank
Madz,
you so
Fonz.
much,
Thank you,
guys.
brother.
Take care, guys.
Flame, I'm taking the earphones with me. Yes.
All right, so let me go ahead and
Still
start.
have a
the-
native box. Pause.
That was
All
classic.
right, so we have a members chat for 25 months from Scrub Nurse. Glad to catch you guys. Love King, Wild in and out. Glad to see the panel and definitely glad to see Fonz. Put the crest in the chat on God and them.
Bless
We
him.
got a $5 super from Snitch Mix Skills 8. Elden Ring is poorly optimized on all platforms, running on subpar 60. I was just saying FSR could help it fix it, but thanks for dissing a fellow Xbox gamer. I have no clue. Maybe I dissed you.
No, he did, but I don't worry about it, guys. I love you. I was just messing with you, man.
Got a $5
That's
super
when he
chat.
was like the TTL joke.
I got $5 super chat from DJ Oris. Sunday night hockey, hashtag leg day, hashtag hey bestie, IOP Fall Guys Day. Got a $5 super chat from Lucius Augustus. If God of War gets a nod and comes out on 11/11, I'm coming for all the journalists that say they didn't have time for Forza Horizon 5. Got a $2 super from THX1138. Thanks 1138, I guess. Kigley stated November 5 is the cutoff for the GOAT, so it had to come out before November 5th. I don't know if that's happening. You got a $10 super chat from Hargy Shani. The Last of Us remake is September remake. It's September the 15th. September. And then we got Forspoken in October. COD October 28th. November worked for Ragnarok, but would Sony risk releasing it past the Keeley cutoff? Don't they need big games for next year? That is interesting. Would he willingly sacrifice a? Because here's the thing: if they release God of War past the threshold for this year, first off, it's got the fact that it was at the beginning of the year rather than the late of the year or the middle of the year, and they got to compete with Breath of the Wild too. So I kind of feel like they're going to try to push it before that cutoff date because they love those games.
Breath of the Wild too.
You get what I'm saying. It's probably
I don't. I think that comes out.
all I'm
sometime
saying
in
is
26.
would they be willing to potentially sacrifice the game of the year icon when they could easily get it this year? If they fought for it. I don't know if they beat Elden Ring. I don't think they would.
They're gonna get their head
We got a
beat.
$5 super chat from Don Otaku. What really matters is how God of War gonna get bodied by Pentiment.
Pentiment.
If it tries to launch in November, on God and them.
On God and them, on Pentiment. Damn.
They gonna put Pentiment on this day. Yo, they gonna put the day and they gonna move Pentiment on top of the day.
The exact same person. $5 super chat from Don Otaku. Nah, I'm just kidding. Ragnarok gonna be the third best game of the year behind Xenoblade 3 and Elden Ring.
Yo, he talking that Xenoblade. He
Then
outside.
we got a $2 super chat from Don Otaku. God of War Ragnarok, a 91, but Breath of the Wild 2 is a 92, back to back.
Oh, okay, back to back. Okay.
Got a $5 super from J1. Greetings to all. I like Xbox strategy of getting more people in Game Pass with a diverse section, such as games like Narsicaa and Benedict Fox.
Benedict
Fox.
Yeah, I've been
Benedict
playing
Fox
that-
was fire. Yeah.
That whatchamacallit game, that Blade game.
Naraka Blade Point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man, I was
yeah.
playing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fun.
then
I played it before though.
PC.
Then we got a $5 super chat from Dog to Taco. 10 years from now, if 5G and Starlink is everywhere, you can get stable internet everywhere in the world. Cloud gaming will completely take over local.
Yep, 5 years, and that's the end of your PlayStation 6. bushes.
Necromancer Zali with the $10 super chat. Great show, guys. Thanks for the episode expertise and entertainment that having everyone in one show makes. It provides everyone great information and fun. Keep pushing that powder. Welcome back.
Powder. Go to advancedgg.com. Go get that code Iron Lord on the checkout.
Keep in mind, I didn't read the super chats we read on what's his name? The journalist that was here.
Tom
Dan.
Edison.
I didn't read his
because we read
those.
Yeah, we read those. Mm-hmm.
All right, then we got a $10 super chat from Necromancer. No, I just read that. We got a $5 super chat from Don Otaku, and that's not even talking about the improvements Azura will make in that time. Look at where XCloud was 2 years ago till now.
Definitely improved.
Then we got a $20 super chat from Hargi Shani. King pointed out tech will make it on consoles isn't needed. He's right. The TV will be good enough to run games natively. Mobile console won't matter. For hardcore PC, for general, it will be the TV enhanced by XCloud. I agree. Sooner or later, those kind of programs are going to replace it. Because sooner or later, they're going to be able to tackle the one-for-one thing, the latency. $5 super chat from Gaming Forte. Hello there from your favorite GameStop manager. Thanks for the extremely long podcast. My day's almost over, and as always, hey Boo Boo.
Hey King.
Hey Forte.
He's back.
Then we got a $5 super chat from Flame. Sorry, Don, but Triangle Strategy, Elden Ring, Xenoblade 3, then God of War Ragnarok. Bend your knee to the real game of the year. I will say Triangle Strategy is a really, really good game. I will say that. It's a really good game. Then we got a $2 super chat from Lord Metro. A Link to the Past is the best Zelda game, period. I don't know, man. I'll have to probably give that to Ocarina of Time still. To this day.
Well, it's over, just like the PlayStation.
You're ridiculous. Anyway, look, man, fantastic show. Shout out to everybody that pulled up. Attic, what you got going on, man? You had a fantastic thing with Obsidian's senior narrative. And
so definitely, if you guys haven't watched it, it's on the channel. It's my last week's Attic show. I did get a couple DMs, so I will be separating those two.
Okay.
I got to do different artwork because I need a new logo. So keep in mind on look for that. I will be live streaming Cuphead when it comes out on the 30th. It'll probably be on this channel. When is the 30th is Thursday.
Supposedly the same day as State of Play.
You said Cuphead when it gets released. You talking about the DLC?
The DLC.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The DLC. Also, I will be finishing the Quarry. I don't know if it will be with my girl or not because I got to get that game done. I can't keep waiting on people's schedule to sync up. I got to get that game done. But I appreciate. I don't know if I think at this point I'm so close. I might as well just finish streaming it. I might just finish it tomorrow, streaming it. But I appreciate everyone coming through. We had up to, I think it was almost 900 people in here today.
Salute.
We have 469 likes. Let's go ahead. We still got 590 people in here. Tell me we can't get that above 500 before the end of the show, man. Let's get that up above 500 before the end of the show. And King will do backflips in his house.
I never did a backflip in my whole life.
Now, speaking of which, King, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say we do have a couple things coming here in the future. I know that we've been saying we'll do live streams, but here's the thing you guys don't realize. All of us have crazy schedules, and it's almost impossible to find a designated day that works best for everyone. We won't have a show next week, but I am going to talk to King and see if he wants to do some live stream for you guys next week. Maybe we'll do some kind of community day. I don't know, but I'm not promising anything because pretty much me and King will be the only ones in town. Everyone else is out of town. So we might do
my birthday weekend. I'm out of town.
Okay. Then no, we ain't doing nothing.
I'll be indisposed for the whole weekend.
You be indisposed.
Yeah, disposed.
Yeah,
native box.
Unless I do something with the community, we'll probably not be doing that next week. But
we could do something. This is what I was going to tell you. We could pre-record whatever we gonna do.
We'll talk about it. We had an idea.
But we gonna get y'all something. Even if it's down to me and Attic, with our elbows. You know how we do, man. I didn't go talk. We attack these rough, hard games in these streets. Really, he do, and I'll be in the background cheering them on with the pom poms. But we outside. So that's my guy. We outside.
That's ridiculous. Okay, but I appreciate it for coming through.
Yeah, salute, King. Where can the fine people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Okay, so apparently people don't know they can find me on Xbox with King David OTW like it is on my Twitter. So if you see my Twitter, right, that's the same exact thing, King David OTW, and it doesn't mean on the way, it means of the world. So stop telling me, yo, King, you're on the way. Stop, it's not funny. On my PlayStation, whenever I do decide to log in and fix it with these guys, yo, first of all, why I call PlayStation at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they said call us back at regular business. I was mad as hell because I was trying to, log into my PlayStation, which they have banned me from, to be honest with you. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, right. But my name is Xbox 360 Lover who won over there. So shout out to your boy. And I will never give out my Switch social security number. That's never gonna happen. LordsofGaming.net. Please go there. There's a new article up. I just finished watching Solves too.
Yeah, Lord's Minute.
Yeah, I watched Lord's Minute with Solves. That was pretty good. That was pretty dope. But I can see how they segment goes along. It's ridiculous. But tune into mine. We talk about Obi-Wan and the series and the final episode, which is really good. We're going to start talking about Miss Marvel next week, and then that's going to roll into Thor: Love and Thunder, because I think that's going to be really good with Christian Bale talking about stuff. Listen, guys, we don't talk only video games. Combat Talk with the King is coming back as well with stuff like that, and King of the Statues. That stuff is being worked on. Show Me Your Build is coming.
Yes.
That stuff is coming. That T-shirt is coming. We're going to be doing a whole lot more new T-shirts, and we're going to be working on our tiers. I want to engage with the community at a different level, as far as these games go. I was playing Fall Guys the other day, and it was pretty good. Madz said something about Fallout 76. Cog said some other stuff about renting servers. So how dope would it be if we can get a game that we can rent the server and we can have 100 of people there, and we can play, PUBG or whatever the hell else we want to play with the Lords or whatever. I think that'd be really dope, and I think you guys will really appreciate that, because I really appreciate it with you guys. So we can bond with you guys on a deeper gamer level. Remember, guys, it's not where you play, it's how you play, and please play clean, with your friends, because they're gamers. Even though I joke about these PlayStation guys and I joke around, I'm a PlayStation guy, I'm an owner, right? But it's all jokes. It's all lighthearted jokes, but I do mean that there's no PlayStation 6 coming.
Said Cog, a croc with a crown emote win. No.
Yes. That's that. Yo, I'm going to do that. It's gonna be Crocs. It's gonna be Killer Croc, and it's gonna be dope. I'm gonna have a Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyway,
let me hit Graphic Guard up right now.
Show Me Your Bill coming soon. But man, look,
we can't kill a Croc.
You're ridiculous. Anyway, look, salute to the realm, everybody that pulled up. A lot of fun. Like I said, next week, as Addict said, Lords will be off. We figured out what we will give you guys. I know I will be in Chicago, and I know Saab is still on vacation. You know what I mean? So, but we will figure out to give you something. But I appreciate everybody coming through. Hit that like, man. A lot of good content. Again, salute to everybody that you saw up in here. Subscribe to the channels. Support what they're doing as well. Fonz, Jez, Madz, Kid, everybody, man. Salute. But that's all I got. Addict, you got anything else before we get up out of here?
No, that's about all.
Outriders Tuesday. See you there.
No doubt. Everybody, enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. We're up out of here.
Peace. Watch out. Don't blow up your fingers with them firecrackers.